Good morning. I would like to welcome all the participants to this very important and very interesting this workshop on 5G and its use cases. So now I would hand over to both of you to manage it, and maybe we can have a round of self-introduction. Yeah, I think we can have a quick round of self-introduction. I am K. Moses Chalai, Secretary NEC.
Good morning, everyone. I'm C.H. Karshiang, Planning Advisor, NEC. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tanung Jamo, Director, Science and Technology, NEC.
Good morning. I'm B. Walang, Advisor, IFC, NEC.
Good morning. I'm Mr. Emil Nongklau, Senior Technical Director, NIC, NEC.
Good morning, I'm Principal General Manager, BSNL. Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. I am Mrs. Tiwari, General Manager, BSNL Northeast 1.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. I'm Suryash Gautam from Gujarat Field Unit, Department of Telecom.
Very good morning, sir. Myself, Kandar Bacha. I'm DGM Planning for Assam and Northeast from Airtel.
I'm Shivam Kurmi from DT Engineer, Meghalaya.
Good morning, Chair. Myself, Deepak Konar from Reliance Jio, Deputy Wireline.
Good morning. Myself, Ranjit Kumar. I am ADET, Northeast LSA, DOT headquarters.
Wait, what is it?
ADET, Northeast LSA, Northeast License Service.
DOT. Okay.
Good morning. Myself, Devendra Singh. I am Director in DOT Northeast LSA.
Good morning, sir. I am R.K. Maheshwari, Deputy Director General, Security here from DOT Shillong.
I'm Ashok Kumar, Director Wireless Access, NTI PRIT, DOT Ghaziabad.
Good morning, everyone. I am Ashok Jain, DG Compliance of DOT Field Unit in Northeast.
Morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. I am B. Sunil Kumar. I am DDG Wireless Access in the National Telecom Institute, a training center under Department of Telecom, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I also see, that some participants from outside on the screen. You may also quickly come in.
Good morning, sir. I'm Vishwa Mohan. I'm DDG DOT in Manipur.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. Myself, M. Kolita, Superintendent Engineer, NEC, in other room, sir. And my colleagues are here. Yes.
Sure.
Good morning, sir. I am Sridhar Matswana, Director DOT Aizol.
Morning, sir. I'm Devat Gill, SIO, Government of Meghalaya.
Okay, I think everyone is in. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Thank you for all the introduction, and now we can start the day. And I would request to my colleague, Mr. Tanung, to take us through one by one. Yeah, please.
Good morning once again, everyone. Since we have a positive time, so we'll come straight to the point. So first is the welcome address by Mr. Ashok Kumar Jain, DDG DOT NELSA. So, sir, please, may I request you to please give the welcome address.
Hi, good morning, everyone. and warm welcome to the workshop on 5G and its use cases, a joint endeavor of Department of Telecom Field Unit in Northeast, the Northeastern Council and DOT's Premier Training Institute, National Telecom Institute for Policy Research, Innovation and Training, popularly called as NTI-PRIT. I am Ashok Kumar Jain, DDG Compliance for DOT Field Unit in Northeast Service Area. It is really a matter of great pleasure and privilege for me to welcome Sri Mojas Chalai, Secretary NEC and his team, officers of state governments and public sector undertakings in Northeastern region, representatives of administrative training institutes, premier technological institutes and medical institutes in the region representing academia, SMEs and various other entrepreneurs of Northeast region representing industry, telecom service providers and all kinds of stakeholders who are participating in today's workshop either through their esteemed physical presence at the venue of the workshop at NEC Shillong or through online platform. I, on behalf of DOT Northeast, welcome Sri Sunil Kumar, DDG Wireless Access, and his team of esteemed speakers from NTI-PRIT and DOT Field Unit, who are here to enlighten us or enrich our knowledge in respect of 5G and its use cases, which are relevant for the country in general and in particular to Northeast region. Dear audience, 5G is next generation of mobile communications after 4G. 5G will be used across various connected services, including enhanced mobile broadband, mission critical communications, and the massive IoT. With high data speed, low latency, increased energy efficiency, and superior network reliability, 5G will have a tremendous impact on all sectors of economy, including agriculture, education, health, security, transport, mining, and worker safety. As such, every sector of the economy can reap the benefits of 5G by developing specific use cases of 5G for their sector. SMEs and other entrepreneurs in the region have opportunity to create any specific use cases of 5G. And this is the core spirit behind today's joint attempt by NEC, DOT Northeast, and NTI-PRIT. DOT has taken many initiatives to build vibrant ecosystem for rollout of 5G and developing sectorial use cases, be it setting of 5G test beds, policy initiatives related to allocation of radiating and non-radiating spectrum for trial, experimentation, R&D, manufacturing, etc., and creating education and awareness about 5G. DOT had earlier allocated required spectrum to telecom service providers for trials of 5G technology and its capabilities in the country. Now this spectrum to roll out 5G services has also been allocated through auction. Operators have started launching 5G services in various parts of the country. As education and awareness about 5G is one of the important aspects in rolling out 5G in our country, here comes the role of training institutes. I am happy to share that NTI-PRIT has taken various steps in this regard. NTI-PRIT has so far conducted more than 12 webinars and 3 physical workshops for senior officers of the government, besides 3 numbers of 36 hours online 5G certification program spread over 12 weeks for central and state government officers. I extend this invite to officers of Northeastern region to join next 5G certificate program later this year on 5G for more in-depth knowledge. I wish all the participants of this workshop a fruitful and happy learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. There's been a slight change in the program. Next was to be the speech by the keynote address by our Secretary NEC. However, now we have an introduction of the workshop by Mr. Ashok Kumar, Director, WA, NTI-PRIT. Sir, please.
Yeah, thank you. Can you put the PPT, please? Sir, I'll just quickly run through today's program, what we have. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah, so the session after the inaugural part, sir. So the first 2 sessions are about the unique opportunity of 5G This will be taken by Sri B. Sunil Kumar, DDG Wireless Access NTI Brit. He is here, sir. And the next session is about introduction to 5G, which will be taken by myself. I'm Ashok Kumar, Director Wireless Access from NTI Brit. And then we'll have session related to use cases of 5G. This will also be taken by myself. And then this 5G trials has happened all across the country. So we have one experienced Sri Suryas Gautam from our Gujarat LSA who was part of the 5G trials. So he will share his experience of actual 5G trials in the field by different operators in Gujarat LSA. Similar was there in all other LSA. And finally, we can have question and answer. Yeah, next. So the expected outcome from this workshop that it's a very short but to the point design workshop for officers. Will be able to appreciate the evolution of 5G technology, its use cases in various sectors of economy, its socio-economic impact, and perhaps they'll be able to apply this knowledge in creating enabling policies and environment for proliferation of 5G and also use cases in the states. At the end of the session, we would like to have feedback from all the participants. So at the end also we'll display this. This is a QR code. One can just point his mobile camera and give the feedback. That will be at the end. So this is the overall program of today, sir. So over to you.
Thank you, sir. So next, we have a keynote address by our Honorable Secretary, sir, Secretary NEC.
Thank you, and once again, welcome everyone to this very interesting and very important workshop. Well, we in NEC also have been talking about this, the 4.0 industry, which is already here. Sorry, I think there's some echo. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So we also have been talking about the advent of 4.0 industry and how important it is in this in this modern world, and particularly for Northeast. To put the long story short, more or less, Northeast missed out on first wave of industrial revolution and second wave of industrial revolution. Little bits here and there, and the third, yes, we are there, but not participating in the way that should be. Because economy, we know, is the production, distribution, and consumption of goods and services, and that also has to do a lot with industry. So Northeast has not really done well the way it should up to third wave of industrial revolution, and we are now 1 foot in egg pair, still in third wave of industrial revolution, and 1 foot egg pair or a little of the good leg part is now into 4.0 industry. So the and we know that because of our geographical location, it has become a big handicap, and this handicap started right after the independence and partition, and the shock, even after 75 years, the shock is still continuing, because suddenly the link is totally take off. It became East Pakistan and then now Bangladesh, and we are linked with about 23, 24, 25 kilometers, at some point in near Siliguri. So that kind of situation has met very big disadvantages to NER. Therefore, for us to be participating meaningfully in any industry, in a big way, we feel that the 4.0 industry and 5G and its applications are very, very much a part of that. And this is where we need to catch on, because here we don't have to lift 100 metric ton of weight. We don't have to do 5 metric ton of weight. It just need a laptop perhaps and a good connection, and the work is done. That's what exactly is needed and suitable to us because of our unique and peculiar situation. We know that 4.0 industry is happening and is happening very, very fast. And the mobile, this cellular, the technology, the cell phone and mobile phone, they are very much a part of this march of this revolution. First came the mobile about 20 plus years back, now become very, very popular, quite, enter in big cities. Then in Northeast, it was first, I think Reliance was the first team to come in, and only in the city of Guwahati and Shillong. Then it spread. And then came along with the voice communication, then came SMS. And all of us, SMS was a wonder. And interestingly, I read 3-4 years before the mobile started in India. At least Manipur, it had not come. So I used to read a lot of these magazines, that. So I read about this SMS, and I told everyone there is a thing called SMS which is coming, and it's going to revolutionize our lives. So everyone used to look at me, okay, what he's talking about. But I've not seen SMS during those times. Then came the data in different form of 3G, and then finally 4G, and now we are happily into this 4G. With 4G also, our lives have changed beyond recognition. So much so that today, we all, WhatsApp has become almost semi-official. And whatever we, type into it has become official. We can be taken into, account for, not being careful. I mean, we cannot just casually send anything about officials or some figures also just like that, because bolega aapne WhatsApp mein dala. It's almost official. And so much work is happening around this small little device, and this is going to continue. And then the day the 5G and its applications comes into full use, I really wonder whether हम लोग उसका जो अंदाजा भी पूरी तरह से अभी देखा है कि नहीं. We still have not got the full andaza of what that will do to us. But very happy that this technology is coming, and this technology I'm sure is going to change and transform the world that we know. But particularly we're very keen for Northeast. Again and again, as I say that, our youths and particularly, they are also very well educated, have good command over English language and articulate, and many of them are very bright, very, very innovative and creative also. So this technology, I think, is the one that is going to link with with everyone. So 10-15 years back, someone told me that you just need 4 persons, 3 to 4 persons to reach the last man in this world. I know this person, and then the next person knows that person, and the next man knows that person, and it can almost reach anyone in the world. It's actually is a very interesting arithmetic. But with this technology, we don't even need, we can reach anyone straight away. So that is the, that's what the technology is all about. And now we would like to, yes, hear about it. And as we see that the 4.0 industry, of which 5G is very much and intimately a part of that, are and also going to be more and more interlinked, more and more interlinked. I mean, so much that I don't know where. Sometimes it seems to be it makes me a little, rather sometimes it makes me uneasy and not very comfortable with the pace of the change of technology, you know. But maybe that is the world and we have to adapt to that. And today, it's almost becoming impossible without the cell phone and the mobile to move around. You know, once this gets lost, then we are delinked from too many things. I'm sure that with 5G applications, it's going to be even better or worse, depending on how we see it. So this is the thing, and therefore to jump into, to kick into that, we thought that we will have this, and I wrote to this letter to our secretary duty, the previous secretary, and the current secretary is my senior by a batch, and personally know him very well. We met in Guwahati also, and we briefly discussed about this. He also says that, I think I should straight away say this in the beginning, so that when you present, then you can have this in the back of your mind. He asked us, my secretary donor was sitting, I was sitting, three of us were sitting. He said, let NEC, let NEC support about 10 CR, so that we can install and deploy 5G labs in every state, so that the citizens, particularly the young people, will start getting the hang of it. So that we will discuss how to go about, and we briefly discussed, but we are very, very keen to take this forward, so that when the 5G comes comes very quickly, then our people are fully ready to make best use of it. So with this, I would like to once again thank, and yeah, we may proceed accordingly. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, the inaugural address was supposed to be given by Mr. Raju Sinha, DG NTI. So due to unavoidable circumstances, he could not make it. So in his place, I would like to request Mr. R.K. Maheshwari, DDG, DOT NELSA, to please give the welcome address.
Thank you very much. Because our senior DDG could not come here due to some reasons, so I am reading out his message here. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to be addressing all of you on this event of massive technological importance. But my apologies at the same time for not being able to part of this august occasion due to some reasons. Dear audience, the 5th generation of mobile communication, or the 5G, now is not unheard by any of the audience here. I also have a fair understanding that the participants are eagerly awaiting for the very high speed, ultra low latency, high bandwidth, and very high data throughput and near real-time experience of internet, with piggy riding the 5G networks of service provider in Northeast area also. But is the EMBB or enhanced mobile broadband the only attribute of 5G technology, making it so talked about nowadays? Maybe not. Ladies and gentlemen, 5G is going to prove a game changer in the mobile and internet world as well. Some of the use cases of the 5G are smart agriculture, wherein the sensor-based crop monitoring can be done, smart city, smart education, industry, remote equipment control, smart finance management, energy management, smart transportation, driverless car, real-time fleet monitoring, etc., etc. These are the things which are anticipated to be becoming more popular in India in future on the 5G backbone. EMBB, massive machine-to-machine communication, MMTC, ultra-reliable low-latency communication, IoT, all put together, 5G will not be just limited to enhancing day-to-day experience of mobile users, but it will completely change the industrial 4.0. Transforming all the sectors of the economy as a catalyst and as a driver for economy in each and every sector. For India, 5G forms a key element in making the Atmanirbhar Bharat and achieving the ambitious target of $2 trillion of annual export by 2027. I was reading an Economic Times study yesterday, wherein it was estimated that 5G rollout will create around 35,000 to 45,000 new vacancies in the next 2 quarters of the current financial year in the sectors like telecom, manufacturing, healthcare, transportation, logistics, banking, education, as this sector will increasingly adopt the digital solution to streamline and optimize their operations. Now, telcos are likely to seek professionals in the field, including the infrastructure development, equipment, network operations, and spectrum services, for the positions like network administration, testing, and software development. This is what makes the subject 5G a very interesting and important subject for visionary institutes like NEC for overall development of the Northeast region. But for this, upskilling will be a key. Enhancing customer experience such as augmented reality, virtual reality, IoT, cloud computing, etc. and with its nature of capabilities will require the new ranges of skill. Requirement not only to manage the use case but to develop more reliable opportunities in the 5G with unlimited use cases would permit the new industrial setups, new R&D setups, and new center setup in short time. DOT, as the secretary has told, DOT has a special group at its headquarters in Delhi under the classification standard R&D and innovation SRI, which can help the NEC to develop the R&D center, test beds, and an industrial testing center in Northeast area. I am thankful and appreciative of NEC endeavor to take first step toward upskilling of human resources in Northeast area. As a co-host, I am grateful to the extremely learned faculty from our premises, from our premier institute, known as National Telecom Institute, Ghaziabad, who had agreed to come to our invitation to Shillong. They will take you through the potential of 5G as a game changer. Thank you for my friend B. Sunil Kumar and his group of speakers. With this, I shall not stand between the participant and the faculty anymore. I am sure all the participants would get benefited by different perspectives brought in by these eminent speakers here. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the journey to 5G world. My best wishes to all the speakers and participants. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. So next we have the technical session. I would like to invite Dr. Devendra Singh, Director DOT, to please take us through the technical session.
Thank you, Mr. Tamam. Our first session is on the unique opportunity of 5G, which will be taken by Sri Sunil Kumar, DDG Wireless Access, NTI. Before I invite him, let me introduce him to you. Sri B. Sunil Kumar is an officer of 1987 batch of Indian Telecom Services, Department of Telecommunication. He is presently working as Deputy Director General Wireless Access in the National Telecommunication Institute for Policy Research, Innovation and Training, DOT. He has worked in various roles in planning and procurement, project execution, validation, maintenance and operation of 3GPP based mobile telecommunication network.
You can put your mic slightly closer because in the hall it's okay, but
okay.
Put the mic close to your, a little closer, yeah, to your mouth.
Mr. Sunil Kumar is an officer of 1987 batch of Indian Telecom Service, Department of Telecommunication. He is presently working as Deputy Director General Wireless Access in the National Telecommunication Institute for Policy Research, Innovation and Training, DOT. He has worked in various roles in planning and procurement, project execution, validation, maintenance and operation of 3GPP based mobile telecommunication network. He also has worked extensively in long transmission projects and O&M of long distance backbone media network. Sir, kindly.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Devendra. So, good morning, sir. Good morning to the Secretary, Honorable Secretary NEC, all the senior officers from NEC, from DOT LSA, BSNL, Jio, Vodafone, Airtel, and all the officers who have logged in remotely from various parts. So, a very good morning to all of you. We are extremely happy to be in this beautiful city of Shillong, and we are particularly happy because of one reason, that this session has happened because of the extreme initiative taken by NEC as well as the DOT team in Shillong. Generally, we push for the various sessions, but this time the initiative has really come from Shillong itself. So that makes this occasion doubly, encouraging for us in this today's workshop. So coming to 5G, all of you must be aware that a lot of talk is happening about around 5G now, and that too for good reasons. This year we have seen the very successful auction of the spectrum for 5G, and then again we have seen in the beginning of October the launch of 5G by our Honorable Prime Minister, and the prestigious event of Indian Mobile Congress that happened in Delhi for 4 days. We were lucky to be there. So which unraveled various potential applications developed by all our esteemed colleagues from the industry as well as from different OEMs, application developers. So entire gamut of applications revealing the potential that 5G can deliver was showcased to the entire world, and particularly the strength of India as a technological hub was shown to the entire world. So that was a very satisfying, motivating moment for all of us, particularly in the telecom industry. So that is a small background which I would like to say before I start my session. So here I would like to say a few words about our institute. As many speakers before me have introduced, we are from the National Telecom Institute located Ghaziabad. We are the Apex Training Center for Department of Telecom. It is headed by our Director General, and it's an 80-acre big campus jointly shared with the BSNL. And it was built in the 70s with the aid from ITU, and we have got various divisions to take care of ICT, telecom security, transmission, management, administration, apart from wireless access. So I had the wireless access along with Ashok, who is also here with us, and we have a strength of 49 officers there. So today's session, we want to set the agenda. What is the context of 5G in respect of the country as well as in respect of the world? Why there is so much of talk about 5G? What is special about 5G? So I would like to spend a few minutes on that. Then we will speak on how the wireless mobile technologies have evolved from 1G to 5G. Then what are the key aspects of 5G that makes us so excited about 5G, and what is the status in India, what initiatives Department and Government of India has taken to accelerate the growth of 5G, to get the benefits to the grassroots, and what we should do, particularly as Secretary Saab has really told what revolution that can happen in NEC, because one of the big things which any technology is doing is to flatten the world, to make the technology access very easy to the grassroots. So to that, in that regard, of course, the 5G will play a big role to empower the grassroots level. So this is broadly the agenda of my presentation, after which, of course, my colleague Ashok will take much deeper into the technology and what exact use cases will be delivered, and later you all will see what use cases have already been demonstrated. So coming to the background of the entire journey that India has undertaken on 5G, it all happened somewhere in 2016-17 when the Government of India realized the potential of 5G, what 5G can do, and there was a interministerial committee was designated, and there was a group particularly chaired by Dr. Paul Raj, who is a famous name in the field of telecommunication, who is having a lot of patent technologies, particularly related to 5G, like Massive MIMO. So he is known as the father of Massive MIMO. So he was the chairman of that committee, and they laid out many action points like spectrum policy, where the thrust has to be there in case India has to really surge ahead. Spectrum has to be made available for 5G. Secondly, the regulator policy has to be aligned for 5G's development. Thirdly, the education, awareness and promotion program, because unless people are aware, the necessary boost will not happen to the growth of technology in the country. So this program itself is part of the larger aspect of the things, that the awareness has to grow. Then, of course, application use case lab, development of application layer standards, participation in international standards. So these are the other aspects, technology demonstration. So combinedly, many things have happened in India. I will go through a few of them based on the initiative of the government. Like there was a 5G testbed lab established among the various institutes like IIT Chennai, IISc Bangalore, Kanpur, Delhi, and Samir and other institutes. So this is a big initiative where Indian-made 5G technology has been invented, and because of the huge presence that India has got on the global landscape, that technology has got embedded into the 5G global standards as well. In this year, in March this year, it was been standardized by 3GPP as well. So they recognized the Indian talent and Indian development of technology in the form of 5G, 5GI it is called, and many use case labs have been developed under the initiatives. Sir was just now mentioning that labs can be created in Northeast also. Yes, so this is one of the growth factors which is required behind the growth of 5G, because 5G is all about openness. At the same time, if it has to be open, then it has to be integrated and tested. So unless the labs are there in plenty everywhere, people won't get that opportunity. So that is also, sir, is a very important aspect of ensuring growth in 5G. So all these points were listed out in that high-level forum report, which was presented to the government in 2018, and actions have been taken, which ultimately culminated in the launch of 5G in the October 1st week at the hands of Honorable Prime Minister. So this is briefly the background of the thing, and just I would like to say a few words on what is special about 5G and why particularly India has got a very huge opportunity in 5G. First thing is that it is software centric. Now, as you know, India is a global superpower in software. So here, any component of 5G, any feature of 5G, the main thrust is on how that can be enabled through software. So this itself is a huge opportunity, like it was mentioned by Secretary, that now innovations are basically driven by software through as small as a laptop can be the engine of development, engine of growth, engine of innovation. So being software centric, 5G, it's an opportunity. Second is that it can impact every single sector of economy. So it is only the innovation, the imagination that is coming in the way. So anywhere in any corner of the country, if somebody has an idea, 5G gives a platform to make it real. So this is extremely friendly for innovation through wireless. Third is, like we say, it's completely open. Because of that, it requires interoperability. I develop something, you develop something, it has to interwork. That is the importance of the lab, which our Secretary DOT was highlighting, that we should facilitate the innovators to test their solution somewhere. It will give them a confidence. It will give them a certificate to the outside world. Yes, I have tested, and this is a report. My solution is industry ready. So that kind of interoperability is key, and that need to be a kind of facilitated by the ecosystem enabled by the government. The fourth aspect is that it is open RAN. This word may be familiar to many, may not be so familiar to a few, because 70% of the cost of any wireless network goes to the access, whatever things are that are installed in the tower and which is used for generating the wireless connectivity to the mobile. It is called the radio access network. Earlier, it was manufactured by only a few global giants. Now, with this open radio access network concept, the interfaces have become opened. So it has been sort of democratized. So anybody developing one component of it is sure to get a market in the world, because interfaces are open. He will be able to connect. He has the confidence, supported by the standards, that his product can connect to the other side, the equipment. So that is basically, very simply, the concept of open RAN. So the 70% of the network, which has been something like a walled garden, in the common phrase that is being used, of a few multinationals, have been opened up, where even the Indian startups can develop their solution and they can sell their products internationally. So this open RAN itself, which is made a beginning in the world, and it is predicted that it is going to by de facto the standard when 6G comes. So this is all laying slowly and steadily the building blocks for the next generation of technology. So open RAN is a big opportunity for all the new original equipment manufacturers. And the 5G, as I briefly mentioned, India made a beginning. In 2014, the Telecom Standard Development Society of India, TSDSI, was formed by the government to facilitate the synergy of the industry, the R&D that is happening in the industry, and the government systems like Telecom Engineering Center, all of them to work together in a very defined manner so that we can get an entry into the global standards like 3GPP or ITU defined standards. So they successfully did that, and our researchers from IITs and the industry jointly worked together, submitted a proposal customized for Indian rural applications, which is called LMLC, large mobility kind of a service in the rural area, where we need to have 15-20 kilometers, kind of at least 7 to 8 kilometers of coverage from every tower. So that was developed indigenously, and it was put up to ITU, which is approved. And later, now the good news is that in the last March, it got approved and became a standard under the World 3GPP Third Generation Partnership Project. Under Release 17, it is so called. So they have formally accepted this as approved technology in the World Forum. So that it was a very big achievement, which was lauded by everyone in the country. So the last point is that the buoyant startup system. There are thousands and thousands, around 50,000 startups, as per the last count, are there in the country. So this is helping. All the above factors seen along with the buoyant startup ecosystem, which is growing in the country, which is already available in the country, duly supported by the government and other infrastructure. Entire thing, this whole set of points that gives this hands out a huge opportunity for our country. Now, as we have been mentioned here, now whatever was happening earlier through a wired medium is now happening through wireless medium. Literally everything, every innovation is happening through an app, literally, which represents the connectivity of your handset to the world of enterprise, the world of entertainment, to the entire cyber world. Let it be news, let it be your messenger, let it be your task manager, let it be your photo, your e-commerce, let it be your music applications, cloud-enabled applications, let it be your natural language processing, your thought to typing kind of algorithms, let it be the gaming, GIS-enabled location-based applications, so artificial intelligence, everything is happening through the access provided by the wireless. So wireless has provided an enormous convenience for all the innovative developers. This was famously told by Dr. Paul Raj himself, the Stanford professor whom I alluded to as part of the HLF forum. It was told that the advantage of 5G is that it is capable of everything and it is wireless. So earlier we were able to do but provide a wire was required. Now the 5G has made everything possible, all kinds of innovation, and at the same time it is wireless. So this is one count, 230 billion app downloads in 2021, and it's steadily increasing. So every citizen application, services application, whatever, it will be of any kind of sphere, ultimately the delivery is happening through an app. This is an indication. It is not that that is the only way to deliver the services. There are any number of applications like Industry 4.0 and so many other things. But this is a pointer towards the fact that the wireless is becoming the de facto delivery mechanism for all kinds of services. So this is just another background thing before I talk about 5G. So this is a graph drawn by Eric Teller, who is part of the Google's moonshot team. They have got a team to predict what is going to happen in the long term. So what he has drawn a simple graph saying that one is the human adaptability, how it is able to adapt to the changing times. And the other one is how the technology is growing. So now, like Sir was also telling in his inaugural keynote address, we are becoming a bit tense with the acceleration of technology that is happening. But fortunately or unfortunately, this gap is widening thick and fast. As you can see, it is exponentially, it is growing, accelerated by technologies like 5G. So unless we do some connection between these two graph, which is shown by here, this dotted line, unless we are actively doing something as part of governance or as part of the industry or as part of as individual, we will become disconnected. So it is all the more important that we does that extra initiative. It is imperative on our part to do that extra initiative so that we are not left behind. As a corollary of this point, I would like to say that whichever country who does not take this proactive action will be left behind. So unlike the earlier times where whomsoever is having larger weaponry or more destructive weaponry will lead the world, it is those nations which are taking the lead in technology adoption, technology innovation, technology development. They are the ones who are going to be the superpowers of tomorrow. So this, as per Eric Teller, this overtaking or acceleration has hit that accelerator somewhere around 10 years back, where many things have happened like internet boom, IoT proliferation, software technologies like network function virtualization, SDN, many software models like microservices, along with what is happening in the telecom specific world. So this control user plane separation, massive MIMO. So these are some words which are specific to telecom. So the point which I want to trying to make is that it is this 5G is not simply driven by some changes or developments in the telecom domain. It is the whole gamut of technological sphere, IT, hardware, software, which is everything is having a synergy to accelerate, and many things which he has noted in that book, like Android, iPhone, Twitter, Facebook, Kindle, Airbnb, YouTube. All these applications all happened around 2007-2008 time frame. And after that, there has been a very quick acceleration happening. And now this curve is diverging apart. And we all need to take note of this and ensure that we are not left behind. So now coming to the evolution, we know that it all started in the 80s with 1G, where the famous Marty Cooper of Motorola, he made the first call. He is also famous by his prediction that every 18 months or so, the data throughput increases, it doubles in the world. And this is a rule which has been holding true for almost 50 years. So every 18 months, this doubling is happening. Sorry, every 30 months. Every 30 months, this is happening. Ever since Marconi made his first call, this is happening. And after this initial analog telephony, which happened in the 90s, 80s, then came the 2G and 3G and subsequently 4G and now 5G. And if you look at the basic mobile architecture, to put everybody on the same footing, we have got the mobiles. Then we call what the air interface, which makes the wireless possible, which is unless the wide media, wide phones. This air interface, what is known as the air interface, is the 4G, 5G, whatever technology that is happening. It connects to the various towers that we have got across the nation to provide the coverage. So the entire thing consisting of the mobile and the tower connected to air interface is called the access network. So as I was telling you earlier, this is the radio access network, which costs 60 to 70% of the capex and opex for the telecom operators. And here is what the involvement of the synergy between the union government, the state government, local bodies, and the operators and the OEMs are required, because unless the access network proliferates, you will not be able to have the coverage. This includes the towers, this includes the small IBS. I'm seeing a micro antenna here in the same room, so which is called the antenna system, distributed antenna system. So unless the entire ecosystem in the access network, including the permission to establish a tower, including the optical fiber laying that is required to extend to the tower, so all those things are proliferated across the country, we won't be able to reach out to the ultimate mobile or ultimate campus where the network is required. Then we have got the core network, which are situated in the data centers, maybe in the district headquarters or the state capitals, and ultimately we connect it to the cloud. This can be an enterprise cloud, or this can be the internet. So these are the building blocks of the mobile network, and we need to specifically address the first part because this is the most cumbersome, the access network. Unless that is there, the developments in the other spheres cannot be extended to the last mile. So coming to the evolution, as we were talking, this 1G was there in the 80s, which introduced the mobile roaming, mobile as a wireless technology with voice basically. Then came the 2G in the 90s, as I was telling, which came with very good voice. So the first service, one generation introduced voice, second generation perfected voice. And second generation also introduced slightly data. So the data got further strengthened in the third generation, which is called 3G, and the 3G made data as a mainstream, which as a mobile broadband mainstream in the handset. So then it slightly introduced the multimedia in the phone, and 4G consolidated the multimedia delivery in the phone. So that was what. So every phase introduces a service, next phase makes it perfect or makes it universal. So similarly, 4G introduced the AR, VR kind of a thing, the augmented reality, virtual reality kind of a thing. It introduced that concept to the world. 5G is going to make it perfect. But the more advantages of 5G is that it has not only perfected that, it has introduced a gamut of many other things like connectivity with everyone. Earlier, it was being used for connecting the humans, but it is now connecting to the everything like industry 4.0 or IoT devices, let it be metering devices, let it be a parking sensor, let it be a sensor used in maybe a projector. So everywhere. So connecting everything has become the de facto objective of 5G. So this is the growth, and like sir was mentioning about the humble SMS. So this was a sidekick of the second generation technology. Nobody expected that this is really a product. This 160 characters which came as SMS, which is still surviving. And e-commerce or banking cannot now, we can imagine, without the humble OTP, which is still being delivered through the SMS functionality. So there are certain things which are invented accidentally but becomes a big hit as well. So this is in short the evolution of the mobile across the last 3-4 decades. So you can say that every 10 years this has been growing by one generation. And if you talk about standards, because it is because all of you would have been reading about 5G in all the frontline newspapers, even not only the business papers, even the normal newspapers are full of story about 5G. And one key word that you may find everywhere is regarding the 3GPP. This is a third generation partnership project which started along in the 90s to standardize the 3G, but it has become the main body now to specify the mobile standards. So now every year since 99, they have been coming up with one release of standard, 99. Then they started, earlier it was being named after the year. Then it was release 4, release 5, release 6, release 7, like that. The numbering is happening. Then right now we are at, you can say, release 17 in 2022. So first it was all about 3G up to release 7. So you can say that by the time in 2009, the 4G happened. And it is a fact that once an objective of the 4G is set, I need to have maybe 1 Gbps speed, I need to have 20 millisecond latency. So it requires around 3 rounds of specification to mature that technology. So release 8, release 9, release 10, we saw maturing of 4G. Whatever initially we intended to achieve by 4G was achieved by release 10. Then further advancement happened. Further advancement kept on happening with additional features, and we got 4G Advanced as LTE Pro, Advanced Pro, etc. And then by R15, we got the 5G entry. So that happened in 2019, you can say, globally. It was launched in Korea. In Korea, 3 networks simultaneously launched in October 2019. So that was the new era, advent of the new era. And release 15, 16, 17. So again, 3 releases it will take to mature whatever is the original objectives of 5G, like you say 10 millisecond or 1 millisecond. Then we need 20 Gbps speed. So all the objectives of 5G, all the specifications originally targeted, they are achieved by release 17 in 2022. So in that way, we are at a sweet spot of this 5G evolution in India. So we are launched because technology initially is costly. The handsets will not be proliferated to that extent. Even now, only 10% of the handsets in India are 5G enabled. So that will require a minimum amount of a quantum of handsets to make it popularly appealing. So those things are now we are in a sweet spot. We are in a taking off kind of a situation where we are launching the 5G now. So we are at here. So then will come the 5G advanced in release 18, for which the standardization is just happening only. Then like that, it is predicted that by 2029, in another 10 years from 2019, we will see the 6G seeing the light of the day. So including our researchers in Indian Institute of Science and various other institutes and industry, they are working currently on 6G development, maybe air interface, maybe in the software side. So how to target more throughput? People say we require 1 Tbps speed, 1 terabits per second in 4G. So that kind of standards. So ITU is yet to come out with an objective. The first thing is that the International Telecom Union will come out with the objectives. And so they have invited a lot of suggestions. India, TSDSI, Indian Standards Development Institute also has given our feedback. So ITU will compile the objectives officially, and then the technology will be presented to them. Various companies, including India, will be presenting our own technologies, and then they will approve. And then 3GPP will further take up the standardization process forward. So this is what is going to happen. So India is very much focused. Our Honorable Minister also has told that we will hit big time. We will have a big presence in when 3G comes to the world. So this is, in a nutshell, the growth of various standards. In terms of standards, how the technology has evolved over last few decades. So now what are the key improvements from 4G to 5G? If you see the blue box shows the 4G aspect, and the other one is about 5G. So in 4G, we were talking about 1 Gbps target in a given spectrum and spectral efficiency. In the same scenario, the 5G talks about 20 Gbps. This is a theoretical speed, not the practical. Practical one will be 1/3 or 1/6, depending upon how good you are, how near you are to the tower and all. But to compare apple to apple, so the 1 Gbps to 20 Gbps is the improvement that is expected in terms of throughput, in terms of speed in 5G. Secondly, how fast. So you are sending a packet, you are clicking something, it goes to a server, and the result is coming back to you. So that is called the latency in the network. How responsive is the network. So that was quite slow. It was, of course, not very slow. 10 milliseconds is quite fast. So 10 milliseconds was the achievable speed in 4G, but what is targeted in 5G is 1 millisecond. So a tenfold improvement there. So then, because of the huge number of devices, as I was mentioning, it's about connecting the devices, connecting everything, which has started in 4G, now getting matured in 5G. So the density of devices. So in the room itself, there can be hundreds and thousands of devices going forward. So 4G was able to handle 1 lakh per square kilometer. 5G is able to handle 10 lakh. That is 1 million devices per square kilometer. So this is a very key enabler of applications, particularly in Industry 4.0, because every part of the machine has to be connected. So in the same room, you will be having thousands of things which need to be monitored. So this massive machine type communication, MMTC, which is a key feature of 5G, this is a very key enabler. So then, of course, our planet is under threat of being energy deficient and climate issues. So energy efficiency is a very key objective to meet the development goals also. So the improvement improvement that is designed into 5G is 100 times energy efficient. So because of using massive MIMO, it is pocketing the energy meant for you towards you through narrow beams and other technologies. This 5G is able to achieve 100 times more energy efficiency. This, of course, in 6G, again, this will be one key area where focus will be there. So now one thing which I want to highlight here is that we talk about huge improvement generation to generation, but these improvements are achieved partially technology like modulation scheme, how many bits you are able to pack radio waves. That is only one aspect. But one big aspect is that you are able to have large number of cells. The cells, I mean the tower sites. So the density of the towers, if you want to have this kind of a performance throughput or latency, you need to have the presence of the base station, that is a tower, the transmitter and the receiver of the network, closer and closer to you. Of course, it will transmit lesser and lesser power because you are close to it, but this kind of a throughput can be handled mostly. So 1600 out of the total improvement that has happened since 1957 over the Cooper's law, which I was mentioning, the 1600 times it was done by increased tower density. Then 25 times is due to the more spectrum it is able to handle. Now we are talking about millimetric wave, and in 6G we'll have terahertz being used for mobile communication. So these two are the main factors which are behind improving from generation to generation. So unless we facilitate, so this is the role of our government bodies here, we should facilitate the network to grow by making the ROW. So government also is issuing a lot of guidelines. So how this can be expedited. So unless this we achieve, we will not be able to scale up the network to the desired level. So now what's happening, what is the capability of 5G and how it is becoming popular? Just to give you a snapshot of this, what's happening in the Western world. So it has really become, as I told you, it has been made a retail product. So in US, for example, it is being sold by Amazon. It will be just like an easy to install product. You can order a small private 5G network, like Sir was mentioning about Industrial 4.0, where each company has to establish a small 5G network. You need not go to a big operator. Of course, big operators will have big role to play. Even they can also make this kind of products as a retail product and sell it across. It become as just like you are nowadays buying, walking into an Airtel or Jio or Vodafone or BSNL customer care and buy a dongle. It should be as simple as that. The private 5G network, you should be able to buy and commission. So this network can be purchased. You only need to mention that I need to have so many presence are required, this kind of antennas are required, and this is approximately throughput I need. So this will be automatically configured and 5G network will become live in your company premises. So this kind of making it as a retail product, it has already happened, and it is sure to happen in India also. All the operators who are in this room have taken action to make the 5G accessible to the customer. And here the customer is not a normal customer. It can be industrial customer or an enterprise customer who has got a different set of requirements. So this kind of products are customized. And if you want to improve, increase, suppose your business has grown and you want to have bigger network, bigger throughput, you can order online, it will get provision online. So it has become as simple as that. And then we come to this topic like private 5G networks and how various sectors of industry are getting help in this. One is that extremely low latency, like you talk of Industrial 4.0, where suppose you are having an inspection of the product that is happening at the output line, and then various aspect of that product is being inspected through video cameras. For example, you have kept 10 video cameras to capture various angles of that product. Then you have got some temperature or some distance between some product. So for example, if you manufacture a car, you need to inspect from all around, and it will analyze on its own through its artificial intelligence and other capabilities. And if some defect is there, it has to immediately take report action and throw out the product from the lane and take corrective action. So this has to happen, all this action has to happen in sync. All the images that are coming out from the product line has to be analyzed as a single analytical algorithm. So it has to happen, it has to come in a very, very short time in terms of millisecond. And then huge throughput, all this high resolution image has to come. So for enabling all these things, you need a network which is stationed within the premises of the industry. So that is why private networks have becoming popular. To my knowledge, as per the latest count, this is a burgeoning industry actually. So around 880 private enterprises have launched, have utilized this private 5G deployments, either 4G or 5G. And this is a growth area. This is a growth area particularly for Indian diaspora, where both from the industry as well as from the supplier of the private 5G, apart from the our regular wireless operators. Even the small people can have customized applications they can develop and deploy. Suppose in Northeast or any part of the country, because world has become, as I said, it has become very flat. Any innovator develops a small private 5G solution suitable maybe for a kirana store. So it does not require the frills and bells and whistles of the normal 5G. It requires only a few 5G. So his attention is innovating on that particular kirana store, how I can, or maybe a very small mall. So he will customize and he will use the key aspects and he will use his brain to develop a solution for that. And that can be deployed without having any big setups. So this is a good solution, not only from the user perspective, but from the deployer perspective as well. Then security, the data of the private 5G resides in the local situation only. So the data is secure. Then compared to Wi-Fi, better mobility within the campus offered by the 5G, in-building coverage issue, you can build to order, enabled spectrum policies are being customized by the department to enable private deployments and the innovative startup ecosystem. So because of this, various applications like Industry 4.0 or transport hubs, mining, oil and gas, healthcare, sports venues, education, retail, utilities, hospitality, you name any sector, there are applications. I have mentioned a few because our initiative from our government has enabled lot of things to happen. This is a global situation where 5G has taken off. Now, and subsequently I will show you. This is a test bed which has been developed by the DOT funding by various institutes like IIT Madras, CEBIT, Samir, IIT Bombay, Delhi, and it has been dedicated by our Honorable Prime Minister in this last year. So this has been a big achievement. Now any startup or any industry can go and test their 5G solution. In this test bed, they have got an interface, public portal, they can register, take a time, and they have got a very subsidized fee or a nil fee for a small startup. They can approach IIT Chennai, who is the coordinating unit, and then they can develop. So every institute has taken their own responsibilities, like somebody is doing base station, somebody is doing the radio part, somebody is using application side. So every institute has developed their own components of that, and it has been integrated and it has been showcased. So that is the achievement that has happened. And now this for developing this innovation within the country, so we need to develop the IPR. So there is an innovation policy under the department. So these are the objectives set out, that we need to have develop R&D, we need to develop standards, India-specific use cases like rural connectivity and other things, create synergy between industry and academia, and bridge the gap between the R&D and the industry rollout, commercialization. Otherwise, products are made but not commercialized. So these are the main objectives which have been laid out by the Digital Communication Innovation Square, which is an initiative under the Government of India, Department of Telecom. So they have given funds to many startups who have wanted some helping initial support which was required so that these objectives can be met. And there has been many sectors like smart cities, health, education, ports, sports, power, agriculture. So all these sectors, there have been use cases developed. So before I conclude, I'll just give you a snapshot. So these are the sectors in smart cities, many industries like right from big companies like Reliance Jio to L&T to small startups like Nimble Vision and Super Numerical Analyzer Network, startups to big companies, even multinationals have come to India and developed India-specific use cases. Of course, they are not being given aid. Aid is generally given to small companies like Nimble Vision and all. So they have used certain capabilities of 5G, which are enabled. So these are the enabling technologies of 5G. These companies have developed solutions around these areas like smart surveillance, traffic monitoring, smart ambulance, water management, solid waste management. So these are all targeted towards a cluster of smart cities. So then we have a health sector. So you need to have more rural clinic, medical imaging. So there is a startup in Noida, ECO5. So they have been presenting their use cases in all our sessions. Then there are big companies like Infosys who have remote patient monitoring. smart ambulance showcased by Reliance Jio, Airtel, VI, L&T, ATM solution. Just like ATM is used as a financial product in the rural area, there is a solution where health monitoring tests can be done in the rural area. So this is developed by a startup called Superceutical Analyzer Network, and this is for health. Similarly, for education, sports, power, agri-fisheries, mining and projects, logistics, intelligent transport system, railways, ports and airports, Industry 4.0. So all these areas, so many companies, Indian companies have developed solutions. They have showcased. These are all shown products. It is not in the development stage. They're all matured products these people are having. N number of people are still developing. So I have given sir this contact number of the cell in DOT, Standard Research and Innovation. That is a cell in DOT who is coordinating for this kind of hand-holding of the industry. So Mr. Subhash Chand is the director, and there is DDG Kishore Babu is there. So their entire team is working. So anybody who is listening here, NEC of course, or any state government, anybody is interested in any of the products this presentation I have shared, and this is a letter written by DOT Additional Secretary also to all the chief secretaries of the states mentioning these details. So these contact details are available with us. So anybody is requiring any help or any industry sector who want to develop a solution, they can also approach any one of us or Mr. Subhash Chand for the required support. Government is very keen. I just want to highlight. And this is another thing which I alluded to, just like this room is now enabled with a distributed antenna system. So building, ultimately, most of activities, 80% of the telecom traffic is happening within the buildings. So we need to ensure that the coverage inside the building is improved. So this cannot be a ground for competing forces to be there. Every operator's signal has to reach every indoor. Otherwise, whatever performance metrics that we are talking in terms of throughput and all is not going to happen. So now TRI has come out with a consultation paper in this regard. So if already a policy has been announced earlier, the beginning of the year, but that is being further studied. And but this initiative has to ultimately come from the grassroots level, where let it be a commercial building or let it be a residential building, we need to enable. Otherwise, like it is shown, the various building parts will have different type of coverages. So the services which will be enabled through 5G will not be available in every corner. So some places are good coverage, some places are bad coverage. In the lift or in the cafeteria or in the basement, suppose you're having a parking sensor in the basement and there is no coverage, how it will work? So for enabling IoT and other applications, you need to have excellent coverage. So when we plan and construct a building, that time onwards, we need to have full focus on this aspect, for which we need the awareness at the grassroots level. So to summarize it, just 2 slides. This is a pictorial view. So ultimately, we can see that we have got 3 layers. So first is the connectivity layer. Let it be. So we can see that lot of terms have come. Internet of vehicles, because vehicle itself has become a very specialized environment where every small part of the vehicle is connected. Then we have got Internet of underwater things. So how to sense the ecosystem which is underwater. There is a specialized area of underwater things. There are startups, particularly one inaugural company startup in Chennai. They have given solution in the IMC and before also. They have done a solution for that to help the fishermen. And then the industrial IoT, then Internet of Space, the Internet of Plants. So many, the internet is, the connectivity is going to touch everything in the planet. So of course, 5G is a starting point. Going forward, this will get more and mature. So this is one layer. So next is the analytics. So all this connectivity layer is generating humongous amount of data. So that is being analyzed in the advanced computing systems like artificial intelligence, your quantum computing, machine language, big data. So all these terms you would have heard. So this is the power engine behind analytics. But who will connect these two? So there comes the importance of the connectivity layer. So earlier you had 2G, 3G, 4G. Now the wireless connectivity. Earlier fiber is there, but it is very difficult to extend fiber everywhere. So the importance of 5G is that you are able to connect this huge amount of data which is coming, and the upper layer, which is analytics. These two requires very good low latency, high throughput connectivity. And unless you be enable the ecosystem around 5G, the developments around this entire scene is not going to happen. So this is my last slide to summarize. We have seen the evolution that has happened, the ORAN and other opportunities that are there for the innovators, then the path to 5G, how that is evolving. But what are the facilitators? How do we facilitate from a ground-up view? What is the role of our central government and the state government and the local bodies in facilitating that? One is that street furniture. This term may be new to many of you, but it is becoming very popular because of the short frequencies that we are using in the 5G connectivity world. We need to have very large number of cells. Some of them we will not be able to put a tower everywhere. So we may have to use the street pole, we may have to use the traffic light, so we may have to use even the kiosk or the bus shelter. So these are all called the street furniture. The nomenclature of street furniture is from that context that usage of the street poles and the traffic lights and other things which are available in the outdoors can be used to mount the appropriately designed base stations. So this has to be facilitated using giving the necessary permissions and all from local bodies. So of course, this is the next step of evolution in the 5G. In the first round, they may not be coming. For next year, in 2023 and 2024, going forward, all the operators will require to light up all the street furnitures with 5G signals so that all industrial applications will come alive. So, and fiberization, we need to lay fiber easily to all the poles, then tower infrastructure, in-building connectivity, as I discussed. So these are the facilitating ecosystem which we need to nurture. And then, of course, network will facilitate innovative use cases spread across all sectors like we discussed. And the software developers will be able to access the 5G ecosystem, use its strength, and deliver very good solutions to everyone. So this is that's all I just wanted to mention, sir, in my opening session before we dive deep into the 5G capabilities by Ashok. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next section is on introduction to 5G, which will be taken by Sri Ashok Kumar. Mr. Ashok Kumar is an officer of 1993 batch of Indian Telecom Services, DOT.
Yeah, maybe we can take questions, sir, from the people. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sunil Kumar ji. Just a very enlightening and gripping session, really. And the whole gamut of possibilities we have heard about, but I think in more details you have gone into really created a lot of excitement, at least to me. And others also, I believe. Just a few things which I have in mind, which maybe you could be having the answers already. One is that in the Northeast context especially, when we talk about this mobile air interface, the towers, in every meeting that we attend, is the unavailability of towers which is cited as the primary reason for connectivity not going down to the village level or the gram level. Now, is there, or are we still looking at towers? Are we still looking at increasing the number, the density of the towers? Or is technology looking at something which we saw in the advent of the Russian war with, Starlink and all that? So is there something, that's my first question, maybe if you could.
A very appropriate question, sir. So I will like to highlight 3 points here, sir. One is that, yes, right now, India has got around 6 lakh towers in place, but the target is that we should have around 13 lakh to 15 lakh towers. That was part of our NTP, National Telecom Policy as well. So yes, to a certain extent, we need to have this outside, either ground-based or rooftop towers. We have to facilitate to that extent. Of course, government has taken initiative. Some 25,000 towers are being constructed for rural area. under the USO fund through BSNL. So that is one initiative which government has taken. But particularly for the urban area, if you need to have good coverage overall, it is required. So that is one part of the answer. Second part of the answer is that beyond a point, as I was telling in the presentation also, you cannot try to penetrate every building with forceful energy, because it's RF energy wasted. Because we are wasting all the energy to penetrate the walls. So we need to, at least the big buildings like this office and shopping malls and hospitals and all, we need to have this kind of arrangements where connectivity is provided for every operator. So this is a neutral establishment which will be there. So that has to go there. At least looking at a modern infrastructure going forward, it is required. In this building, of course, this room is having a lot of windows, so signal can come. It is said that wherever sunlight is available, that means that signal of mobile also will be there. But if you have two walls behind that, you are totally in the dark. So this is secondly, we need to, as a modern telecom network, we need to think of that. Thirdly, another development which is happening, which if time permits, Ashok will be talking, is the connectivity through satellite. Because totally rural areas where you cannot have a tower connectivity, the satellite provides a backhaul, because every tower has to be connected to the data center, the core network which I was mentioning. So how do you do that? You can't lay hundreds of optical fiber, and that too may fail, particularly in Northeast. So satellite has to be big enabler. So satellite can play different role, either as a base station itself, and mobile can directly speak, like Apple i14, they are still talking that it can be a satellite terminal also. So that this technology may come going forward in 5G advanced from release 18 onwards, or definitely by 6G. So that is the ultimate solution. So one part is strengthening the in-building. Second part is that strengthening the outdoor to some extent, at least the basic connectivity is provided. Then rural, totally disconnected islands or cut-off areas with the support. So one spectrum which is 28 gigahertz, which is not put to auction now, that is mainly for this kind of low Earth orbit and medium Earth orbits and other geostationary satellite. So this is an area which is coming in a big way. So Ashok will briefly talk about that, this area. I think that I've answered your question. Yeah.
Especially in Northeast context. So
Yes.
it looks like that could
Yeah,
be the other thing which you are mentioning was, the job creation. Said in the next 2 quarters, 35,000, 40,000 jobs will be created. The thinking is that it was actually in the reverse, that with the advent of 5G, with AI, with a lot of, this automation, that jobs in fact will reduce. So how is it? So what level of jobs are we talking about? Is it the software engineers? Are we talking about the technocrats, or are we talking about, because here in the Northeast, job creation is a big focus, in fact, of the NEC also.
Yeah. So I have no straight answer for that, because every evolution of technology, it is apprehended that it will take away jobs, but it has not happened. Only thing is that it may require new upskilling, so that the new kind of a jobs will be created. For example, when we talk of, say, this Ambuport, one ambulance is there for the remote area. So now this is a solution where an ambulance is created, where some 40-50 medical tests can be done with a semi-skilled attendant there and a very skilled doctor sitting in, say, for example, Guwahati or Shillong. So he'll be able to give every kind of medical services which is available in advanced hospital to a rural area. So now here we need a technician along with this machine. So this kind of a jobs which are now, which will be at the front end of the user of the 5G technology, that will be there. So otherwise, so this is a chicken and egg story kind of a thing. Yeah. So unless you develop an ecosystem, this kind of a products cannot work. So this goes hand in hand. Okay. I don't know I have answered your question.
I'll stop here. Maybe we can discuss detail afterwards.
After
There's quite a number of other things. Yeah. Thank you.
I just want to understand that we talk about 2G, 3G, whatever. When it comes to Northeast, our signal is weaker than the other part of this thing. Is it at the data center that the modulation is not done properly, or what? And that is what. Another one is that you were talking about satellite signal and all. there used to be a VSAT technology which we use, but then now almost every one of us have stopped using the VSAT also. And how do you ensure that the satellite signal would also work in a better way in a thing?
Yeah. So actually, this is a new type of satellite technology which deliver broadband over satellite. This is a very broadband solution. VSAT was a very narrowband solution. So with this, the conventional satellites are 36,000 kilometers above, where, based on which the normal VSATs used to work. Now, this cannot work with this kind of high throughput that is required for 5G. So there are satellites which can work at a height of 10 kilometers. So there'll be a constellation of satellites which are being deployed at 10 kilometers, and then at like that, and then medium Earth orbits are also there. So this constellation will be continuously rotating around the year, and then they will be delivering this kind of a 1 Gbps kind of a throughput to this one. So one part of your answer to your question is that yes, the current satellite technologies will not address. The new technology that is being just appearing in the world, which is like you would have read, OneWeb is a satellite consortium. So both Geo and Airtel are part of this kind of global networks. So they will be provided a gateway here, and this satellite will help us to high throughput satellite systems will be there. They will take this signal. So that Northeast, so two things which are happening in the satellite of current this thing is that it took us a lot of time to go and around 500 milliseconds, which cannot work with current applications. So that's where this 10 kilometer, 1 kilometer kind of a thing is there. Low Earth orbit is there. So latency is comparable with this 10 millisecond, 30 millisecond. Secondly, the high bandwidth, which is 28 gigahertz, a new spectrum that is being given, they will enable huge throughput. So the experience from this new satellite systems will not be different from what we are seeing from a conventional in-city terrestrial network of 5G and all. So that way, and thirdly, what another thing which is happening is that suppose you are not able to lay optical fiber, still there is a technology called E-band, which will come along with 5G. It's already existing technology, which will connect terrestrially through the network within the city. Now it's very difficult. I think Shillong also will be no different to lay fiber along the roads of Shillong. So these short haul systems which are working in 70 gigahertz and above, which is called E-band systems, they will be used by these operators to connect side by side. So without digging the cities and without digging the rural using satellite, I think we will be able to provide good solutions for remote areas like Northeast.
Like it's still a big challenge, right?
No. In city, this E-band is there. Satellite, yes, it will take a few years of time. It is just coming out in the world. I don't think it will be late here. It will come simultaneously because already they are being their presence is here in India. So our operators are already part of this global consortiums. Maybe you can. I don't want to put in timeline, but it will not be late than 1 or 2 years, not more than that. Because that will be a permanent solution. Otherwise, because of geographical constraints, whatever fiber you lay in these roads, you will not be able to maintain a kind of reliability.
I'm also having seen now because I've served in remote part of Arunachal and even in Eastern Nagaland when I had gone earlier. I've seen that even 4G is not working at present. So there people say if you need that optical fiber cable to those districts, in remote districts, and the process of laying this optical fiber cable is on, and it will take time. So how this 5G will help you because you said it is a wireless technology.
Yeah.
So you don't need this problem or this.
Yeah. So 5G comes in steps. So now we have launched. You would have read in newspapers that 5G will come and cover the entire country, not before December 2023, because it has just started and it will take at least 1.5 years to cover. By the time this high throughput platform systems, which I am talking, it is part of 5G only. So that will be particularly of great use to remote places like Northeast. So this kind of reliability issues, I think satellite only can address.
So if that particular satellite issue can be solved right now also, because it's not solving the problem in the remote part of northeastern area.
Yes.
Due to geographical region, as you have said. So is it possible to avoid this laying of optical fiber cable and go for 5G service?
Both will have its own role, like he also will be able to comment.
In case of few remote areas where it is not economically viable or practically feasible, then another solution is satellite based. So by that time, so largely as of now, prime focus of telcos is on fiber connectivity in backhaul. But everywhere it is not possible, and particularly in northeastern region, because of difficult terrain, despite of all kind of support from state government or central government or any other agency, still there will be the areas where satellite would only be the solution. And I think technology is evolving in with that consideration.
The other two topics, I think, also will kind of answer many of the things that we have in mind. I have one, two questions, but I will keep it for towards the end. So yeah, please, I think we can go to the next
should
one.
quickly finish the sessions as per the schedule, because we have already switched our one-day program into half-day session.
Right. So please.
So should we continue, sir?
Yeah, because we have 3 more sessions.
The next session is on introduction to 5G.
And already running a bit late,
Yeah, which will be taken by Sri Ashok Kumar. Sri Ashok Kumar is an officer of 1993 batch of Indian Telecom Services, Department of Telecommunication. He is presently working as Director Wireless Access at NTI Grid. He has conceptualized, developed, and delivered 3 batches of 5G certification courses for central and state government officers. Prior to NTI, he has worked in UIDI, that is Aadhaar project, for 7 years. He has worked in various roles in planning, procurement, and project monitoring of mobile wireless network. Sir.
Yeah, thank you, Devendra ji, and thank you for the introduction, and thank you, Sunil sir, for setting the tone and expectations, various expectations which all of us may have from 5G. So I'll start with basics, what 5G means to all of us. So the topic given is Introduction to 5G. So these are the 4 topics I'll be trying to cover in the first session. In the second session, we'll focus more on the use cases, practical use cases, particularly for Northeast, what are useful use cases which can be taken up. So let us look at the 5G adoption and proliferation across the world. What is the status as of now? Because that will give us an idea, because technology comes and go, many technology may not survive. So this will give an idea that how fast we are going towards adoption of 5G. So this particular graph shows that adoption of 5G is much faster than 4G. So for example, whatever time it took for 4G to reach 1 billion mark, that is 100 crore subscription of 4G, 5G is taking 2 years less. So it is kind of 2 years faster compared to 4G. So that shows that adoption of 5G is very fast. And this year itself, in 2022, the 5G will cross that 1 billion mark which I was talking about. So this is a forecast. So if you look at this forecast, what it says that by 2027, total mobile connection across the globe will reach around 9.1 billion, 900 plus crores of mobile connection. Out of that, 4.4 billion will be of 5G. So the orange color graph you can see, the green one is 4G. So what it shows that even in 2027, we'll have almost half 5G and half 4G and very small number of 2G and 3G connections. So the 4G and 5G will coexist for a very long time. For example, even 2G is actually coexisting along with 4G as of now. So a lot of connections are still there. Our operators will tell that. So 4G will coexist because it's not going to, go away on the day one. It takes very, very long time to completely migrate to 5G. So with this introduction, let me talk about what are different 5G usage scenarios, broad usage scenarios, and what are the key capabilities of 5G which will enable these uses. So correlation between the key performance parameter of 5G and their use cases. So all of us know, and Sunil sir also pointed out, that who sets the requirement or vision for a technology. So in case of telecom, so we call it IMT, International Mobile Telecommunications. So the ITU, International Telecommunication Union, sets the vision of a technology. For example, in case of 5G, they had set their vision in year 2015 itself. And once those vision is set, all the SDO, standard developing organizations across the globe, they are free to develop technology specification and they submit it to ITU for approval. In case of 5G, 3GPP is a kind of global standard making organizations which is making a standard of mobile technology starting from 3G, 4G and now 5G. In this case, as Sunil sir had also explained, that even India plays a role. India came out with its own 5G technology called 5GI that was particularly important for rural area where coverage is the important requirement and not the very high speed, etc. So what were the vision given by ITU in the year 2015 for 5G? So they had talked about three key usage scenario. The first one was EMBB, that is enhanced mobile broadband. And the second vision was about URLLC, that is ultra reliable low latency communication. And the last was MMTC, that is massive machine type communication. So when we say enhanced mobile broadband, we are talking about the broadband speed which we get and application around that. So EMBB will be very, very important for tourism sector, which is very much present in northeastern states. URLLC will support services like autonomous car, remote surgery, industry 4.0, etc. And MMTC is for machines. So all the objects, machines will have some kind of IoT sensors, and those sensors will be connected on 5G. So that is massive machine type communication. So three broad usage scenario ITU had envisioned in year 2015, and that is being now rolled out slowly. So let us look at various performance parameters of 5G, which will enable these use cases. First, we'll talk about enhanced mobile broadband. So the first term which comes for enhanced mobile broadband is the peak data rate. How much data rate or peak data rate you can achieve using this technology. I was just doing a speed test in this room. So for Airtel, it was half Mbps, 500 kbps speed. For Jio, it was 3 Mbps only. So it's a very, very less speed even in 4G today. That may be because of they have not deployed sufficient spectrum or number of base station or customers are more. But theoretically, if you talk about 4G will be able to deliver a peak speed of 1 Gbps if you deploy almost 100 megahertz of spectrum. So our operators are not having that much spectrum for 4G. So they were having 20 megahertz only. So they actually cannot achieve the vision of 4G. But in 5G, all the operators have actually acquired sufficient spectrum in the recent auctions. So they should be able to realize all the vision which ITU had. So if you look at peak data rate, theoretically 20 Gbps of download speed, one should be able to achieve once sufficient spectrum of 700-800 megahertz is deployed by operators in all their base stations. So what does that mean is that if you want to download a particular movie, today it may take few hours, but with 5G it should take few seconds because of such high data rate, and it is 20 times faster than 4G. theoretically, the 5G technology is 20 times faster than 4G. So we should be able to realize various use cases in this sector utilizing this particular capability. The next important capability of any mobile technology is in spectral efficiency. That means if operator is deploying say 1 hertz of frequency, how much data rate that can support. So for 5G supports 30 bits per second per hertz of the spectral efficiency. Peak spectral efficiency, generally it will be less than that depending upon the environment, but theoretically that much. So what does this means? Suppose operator is deploying 100 megahertz on a particular tower. So they'll be able to achieve 3 Gbps of peak speed. Of course, a single user, if there is only one user in that base station area, he'll get the entire speed. If you have more, then this will be divided. So this is also technologically 3 times better than 4G. So the next parameter is the user experience data rate. So everyone will not get the peak data rate. So user experience data rate, what they define is that even if you go onto edge of a network, so normally if you are near to the tower, you'll get higher speed. But what happens when you go beyond the tower? So your speed gradually decreases. When you reach to the edge, so onto edge also one should be able to at least receive 100 megabit per second in case of 5G in a downlink direction and half of it in uplink direction. So this is also 10 times better than 5G. So 5G is supposed to deliver us 10 Mbps even onto the edge, which is practically not happening because of many reasons. So, and the mobility. So one important aspect is the mobility, because in our country also we are talking about bullet trains. So if you look at 4G, it will not support mobile services in a bullet train environment where the bullet train speed can be say up to 500 kilometer per hour. But 5G will support the mobile, either voice call or data call, even in the bullet train. Technologically, that has been enhanced to support working of a phone or data in bullet train also up to 500 kilometer per hour. In 4G, it was up to 350 kilometer per hour. So these are the parameters for enhanced mobile broadband: the peak data rate, spectral efficiency, user experience data rate, and mobility. So with these features, lot of use cases can be developed, like augmented reality, virtual reality, or mixed reality kind of application for tourism industry, for education, for entertainment. So a lot of that I'll talk about in the second session when I'll go through the use cases. The next usage scenario which was envisioned was URLLC, ultra reliable low latency communication. So what are the key parameters which will enable URLLC? The first parameter is the latency. So latency is, suppose I want to transfer some bit of data to you. So how much time it takes to reach you is actually latency. Let me compare this with our eyes. If I throw something on you, your eyes blinks. So can you guess how much time it takes for your eyes to blink? It is about 200 to 300 millisecond. And the latency supported by 5G is 1 millisecond. So just see the comparison that if a person is driving a car whose latency is 250 millisecond, and when a autonomous car or machine is driving a car whose latency is 1 millisecond, which one will be better? Collision will be less in which case. So going forward, when we are able to actually achieve this envision 1 millisecond and implement like autonomous car or self-driving car, so perhaps a machine driving a car would be more safer compared to a human driving because of the features which we have in 5G. So applications of these would be in autonomous car, remote surgery, or robotics. Reliability is most important parameter in case of such applications like remote surgery or autonomous car. So when we say reliability, actually we are talking about if you transmit certain bits of data, how much error it may be happening in between in the air interface. So for URLLC kind of applications, 3GPP in their specifications have gone up to 10 to the power -6. We call it bit error rate. So that means that if I transmit 10 lakhs of bit, 1 million of bit, only 1 bit of error can be tolerated. So that is a kind of reliability which 5G is bringing. These are many times defined in terms of number of 9. So if you convert that 10 to the power -6, it will come 99.9999%. So 6-9 kind of reliability it will bring to us. So reliability and also availability of this level. One of the most important parameter is the mobility interruption, because these applications would be actually moving. So you'll be moving from one tower to other tower. So normally your call get transferred from one tower to other tower. We call it handoff. And there may be interruption there. So the 5G is designed in a way that before it is broken from the previous tower, it will already be connected to the next tower. Make before you break kind of solution, so that there is no interruption, because once you have an interruption, car may collide or doctor doing surgery may do something wrong. So this feature is also very, very important for 5G. So URLLC, we had latency, we have reliability and mobility interruption. Now the third and most important part is MMTC, massive machine type communication. So as sir was also saying that normally when 2G, 3G and 4G was designed, human was kept in mind, that a human will use his or her mobile to use those services. But when 5G was designed, it was kept in mind that machines will be using the 5G network. So 5G is primarily, in addition to the human, it is designed for the machines to get connected onto the 5G network. That's why we have massive machine type communications, wherein a very large number of devices, for example, in this room, every object can be connected to a 5G network. Every machines can be connected, and you can install many large number of sensors in the agricultural field or remote area to predict any disaster and all. So all those would connect onto the 5G network. So 5G network has to support a very, very large number of such connectivity. So the parameter which 5G is supposed to support is 10 lakh devices in 1 square kilometer. So in 1 square kilometer, up to 10 lakh devices can get connected to the 5G network. So that is a kind of capability which 5G has. So there will be a network of these devices. So these devices not only connect to the 5G network, but will also connect to each other. There will be a network of such devices. They will be talking to each other. So this is the future which we'll be seeing in coming days. One of the important parameter for such network is the energy efficiency. So why energy efficiency is important? Because these sensors would be installed in a remotest part. For example, just to predict any disaster, those sensors will be installed in a very, very remote locations on the hills, etc. And those have to be powered by the battery. You may not have power connection there. So there is no opportunity that I can go and replace the battery or charge the battery. So your battery life has to be 10 years, 15 years, and those sensors have to work for 10 years and all. So the way 5G system are designed, so that your battery can last for 10 years, 15 years. Lot of innovation has been done in the today. I mean, after whole day of use, our mobile gets discharged, right? So battery life is only 1 day. And even if you don't use it, gets discharged because your device is always talking to the network. So just an idea that for IoT kind of network, the frequency of getting connected on the network for this control signaling is less in the 5G, so that your battery life is extended. So a lot of thought has gone into that. So we talked about connection density and energy efficiency for MMTC kind of services. So these three usage scenario and performance parameter. Maybe I can pause for a moment for any question and then I proceed. I can take one or two questions and then I proceed. So anyone having any question on this? Either from, I see almost 70 connections from remote. So anyone from remote can also ask, or from this August gathering, any question? Okay, so let me proceed further. So let me talk about a little bit about the 5G architectures and features so that we understand that. So this is a very high level 5G systems wherein on the left side we have the devices. So earlier when we used to make such diagram, we just used to put a mobile phone. Now this 5G connections will be utilized not only by the mobile phones but also by the machines, drones, cars, IoT sensors and so on. And of course after that we call it radio access network. So basically the tower you see across the city or across the rural area, or in case of an indoor, this kind of antennas, these are part of radio access network. In case of 5G, we call it next generation radio access network. Sometimes we also call it G Node B, which is same. And then we have a core network. So here we have a 5G core network. Earlier we'll have a 4G core network. We used to call that EPC, Evolved Packet Core. And then we have a data network, because ultimately you have to get connected to either internet or maybe some service like gaming or AR/VR service. So the data network. So data network can be any kind of data network where 5G network will. So entire thing is called 5G system. So how, sir was explaining that how it is different from 2G, 3G and 4G. So let us not go into detail of this network function, but the broad aspect I'll try to bring out. The first pointer is, in case of 5G, your hardware and software is segregated. What it means is that now 5G can be deployed on a generic commercially off the shelf hardware. So the operators are having opportunity that they will have software, pieces of software of 5G network function they can deploy on any hardware, their own data center or cloud. And those network function has become software. So that's an opportunity for Indian companies that they can actually work upon any of the network function, create their own and sell to the operators. So that is also a innovative thing which our Indian software company have actually started. The next is about the edge computing. There's a lot of talk about edge computing. Why edge computing has been enabled in 5G? Because the way it has been designed, the actual data traffic will be offloaded to the application at the edge itself, in the city itself, and you are not required to take it to the core. So today, whatever services you use, your data goes to the core network, maybe in Mumbai or maybe in Kolkata, and from there it is routed either back to this place or to the any services. In case of 5G, at the edge itself, so you will see a lot of data centers coming in the tier 2, tier 3 cities to support this kind of edge applications, which is possible in 5G. And then of course this can be deployed in cloud, and these are some technical terms which I'll not speak here. Okay, the most important parameter for any mobile technology is the spectrum. So we had seen in 2G, 3G and 4G, for example, 2G system was utilizing just a 200 kilohertz of channel bandwidth, 3G was using 5 megahertz, 4G was using 20 megahertz. But in 5G, it's a very, very bigger jump. So it will be utilizing a very huge chunk of spectrum. For example, and not only, so spectrum has got from lower band to mid band to higher band. So in 5G, all the three segment of the bands will be utilized. In fact, all the operators have actually acquired the required spectrum. And these will be for different use cases. So you may be aware that if you have a lower frequency band, your coverage can be very, very large. Do you recall AM radio? That AM radio from very, very far away we were able to receive because they were operating on a very, very low frequency. So lower the frequency, you will have a very, very large coverage. So 5G will also operate on lower part of the frequency just to cover the area, so that all those sensors can be connected, so that rural area can be connected, so that any device which is deep into say basement can be connected. So all operators during this auction have acquired some sort of lower band also. For example, Geo has acquired band in the 700 megahertz, lower part of the band. Airtel has also acquired, they are having spectrum in 900 megahertz band. So all operators, even in Northeast, I was just looking at the location in Northeast, both the operator, Geo and Airtel have actually acquired. Geo has acquired 7 megahertz in 7 megahertz and Airtel in 900 megahertz. So in the lower band, about 20 megahertz spectrum would be sufficient, which operators have actually acquired through the auction. And for Northeast also, they have acquired. I was just looking at that. So for a larger coverage area, you are having a lower band. In the cities, the capacity requirement is more. Like for in this room, all of us are having 4G phone and actually using. So we require a very high data rate here so that everyone is able to have a good data rate. So all operators, if you see, have actually acquired mid band, that is 3.5 gigahertz of the band, and they have acquired around 100 megahertz. I was talking about if you have 100 megahertz, you can achieve up to 3 Gbps of speed. So suppose if this particular antenna system is operating on 100 megahertz chunk of spectrum, so here it can create a 3 Gbps backhaul for all our mobiles. So all of us can actually enjoy enhanced mobile broadband. So once this 5G gets deployed indoor outdoor, we'll be able to actually enjoy that kind of. So in the cities where capacity is the requirement, of course your cell size will be less and you will need to deploy systems, we call it small cell or slightly macro coverage onto the 3.5 gigahertz. And the last but most important is the millimeter wave. Why we call it millimeter? Because I mean, if you convert that frequency into wavelength, it comes in millimeter. So all operators have actually acquired 1000 megahertz, that is 1 gigahertz spectrum in India, including Northeast. Northeast, the Geo and Airtel, Vodafone has not actually acquired in the Northeast side of now. So they will be able to actually create hotspot. So where hotspot would be required? Suppose all of us are in this particular room. So you can just put an 5G hotspot here so that you can create multi-gigabit capacity in the room itself, and all of us can actually be use that. For example, we are using this audio visual things to transfer. With that speed, it can even it can go HD or even a 3D kind of environment can be created. So all the three frequency band, lower band, mid band, and millimeter wave 5G will be utilizing in parallel. For example, if you have a tower here, it is a possibility that you have deployed the lower part of the band, mid band, and also the millimeter wave at the same place so that different requirements are met: coverage, capacity, and very, very high throughput environment. In 5G, there is a concept of massive MIMO and beam forming. So up to 4G, you might have seen antenna like this, a panel antenna, just tilted downwards onto the tower, and it creates a kind of an umbrella coverage around it. So whether anybody is using the mobile or not, that coverage is there. So even if in the night, if nobody is using, those are kind of a wastage and radiation is happening. In case of 5G, there is a concept of beam forming. So what is the benefit of that? That whenever you want to actually use data, at that time, transmission is pointed towards you. The beam is pointed towards you and you are able to use the data. So your spectral efficiency is increased, your radiation level is decreased. And one important aspect is you can form a beam upwards. In 4G, since it was only covering the down side of the antenna, in 5G with beam forming, suppose there is a high-rise building, you can just see in this picture, you are able to cover on the upper floors also using this particular beam forming concept. And why it has become possible? Because of many factors. The one factor is, since we are using higher side of frequency band, and if you use higher side of frequency band, my antenna size reduces. In case of a millimeter wave, antenna size will be in millimeter itself, right? So I can embed 1,000 of antenna into one small panel, you can just see there, and steer those in a way that I can form beam. And that beam can also be steered in the sense that if you are in a moving car, beam will follow you, right? And then it will hand over to the next such base station. So that is a concept of beam forming, which is beam steering, which is being enabled. So this will be important for, say, V2X kind of application. Like if there is an autonomous car, it has to talk to all other car around, red light, and also talk to the network. So maybe on every pole you are having small cell and this beam kind of environment, and when your car is moving, the car will have a good connectivity, and those autonomous car can actually be working. So it's very important. Now the next technology which 5G supports, we call it network slicing. So basically, as we discussed, that 5G can actually support many type of use cases, and for each use case you have a separate requirement, right? For example, if it is a moving car kind of environment, your latency is very important. So URLLC kind of a feature is very important. Suppose you are using 5G for your smart meter kind of applications, where the requirement is of coverage, right? So that you are able to cover each household where meter is installed. You may not need a very high throughput, right? So all applications requires different set of quality of service. So in 5G, we are able to virtually divide into the network in different parts and support different quality of service required. So we call it network slicing. So for normal voice call, I can have a separate slice of the network. For autonomous car, I can have a separate slice. For smart meter kind of application, I can have a separate slice. If I have AR, VR gaming service, I can have a separate slice, so that required quality of service is delivered onto those slices, and accordingly service can be differentiated. And this has become possible all because the architecture of 5G, which has allowed the cloud deployment of software deployment of such technologies. So we were talking about edge computing, and I was also talking about how this is going to enable lot of innovation in the tier 2, tier 3 cities. So in 5G, what has happened, we call it user plane. So the data traffic where it flows. So earlier it used to go to the core and then come back. Now you are offloading that into the edge itself, in the city itself, because 5G has enabled that. So that means in a tier 2, tier 3 city where you have a small data center enabled, so not only 5G network will be residing there, the edge part of it, also the applications like gaming or local application, game application related to agriculture, application related to AR, VR service, application related to education in that area, that can actually reside at the edge itself. What else edge will enable is, today our mobile phones are very heavy in terms of compute and memory, all because most of the processing of applications are being done in our devices. With edge computing, this compute and storage can move to the edge. So it will very light phone will start coming with at less cost, and will have more facilities or more powerful usage, because the whole compute, most of the compute and memory can be shifted to the edge itself. So that's the advantage of mobile edge computing, which 5G has actually enabled. Sir was talking about Open RAN. So basically, sir explained that 70-80% the cost goes on to BTS or the tower, whatever equipment we put onto the tower, or nowadays we have a split architecture. So basically, when we say Open RAN, so what has become is that those base station can be deployed on a off-the-shelf hardware, any compute which you can buy from the market, and so that has enabled development of these elements by small startup companies in India and across the world. So a lot of ecosystem has actually developed around this Open RAN segment, and those 70% capex where operators are actually spending, that is going to be reduced to a very large extent once this ecosystem grows, all because hardware and software has been disaggregated, and interface between the two elements has been made open. That means one element you can buy from one company, other element you can buy from the next company, so that there'll be more competition. So for example, for Geo, they can buy some equipment from say Nokia, some equipment from Ericsson, and some their own they have developed they can actually use. So that enablement has been made with Open RAN concept, which is coming along with 5G. So these were the very option. One of the important aspect is use of artificial intelligence and machine learning in the radio network itself. The Open RAN architecture has enabled. So all those mobility management I was talking about, handoff from one tower to other, or quality of service which I was talking about, those management from manual it can be automatic using AI ML concept. We were talking about millimeter wave. So, and millimeter wave, as we know that it's a very high frequency. It will cover a very small area, but it will give you very high capacity, maybe 10 Gbps, 5 Gbps, depending upon how much spectrum you are deploying. So these we call it small cell because coverage is small, capacity is more. So here is a kind of on electric pole, this kind of antennas will go. Just see this. So these are having massive number of antenna embedded. So on electric pole, bus shelter, all public kind of places we have to put, even inside a kind of house or office premises. So basically a dense network of small cell will be created, which is a challenge because you need permission from the local organizations like municipal corporation, state government, other department. So we call it street furniture. Sir was talking about that. So every street furniture, some kind of 5G network has to come up. And we also need some backhaul, either fiber or radio, to connect this. Sir was talking about E-band radio. So that DOT has already opened up and operators will actually deploy. In addition, operators are actually required to put in fiber also wherever it is feasible. So the policy enablement has already been done by DOT in respect of right of way kind of new regulation which has come. But since these are state subject, so every state, I think friends from most of North states are here, so they can look at what DOT has issued and perhaps adopt in their state, so that whenever operators are coming to you for right of way permission, we are able to actually give that in a very faster way and on nominal cost which DOT has indicated, because it should not be made like money minting business by the government or those entity, because 5G itself will bring in so much of the benefit to the society and states in the country that whatever enablement we'll do, return on that will definitely come. So that's a request to all the state government here. Sir was talking about satellite. So basically, if you look at, this is future. So this is being talked about in release 17 and release 18. So as of now, 3GPP has done release 15 and 16. So all the equipment which our operators are actually deploying are either release 15 compliant or release 16. So Geo, I know that they are on release 16. Everyone will go towards that. But going forward for areas like Northeast, how to provide backhaul to the 5G sites. So normally backhaul is either fiber or a radio, right? So in a remote area, that's a challenge. So whether satellite can play a role. So up till now, what used to happen is satellite industry is completely separate and mobile industry is completely separate. So they don't talk to each other technically, right? So they provide their own service, we provide our own service. So in 5G, 3GPP release 17 and 18, now integration of satellite into the 5G network itself is being talked about. So what are the different purposes where 5G can help proliferate, satellite can help proliferate 5G? The first is 5G services in the area which is unserved or underserved. For example, if you go to a very far away remote village where you don't have any backhaul, you cannot actually deploy any kind of mobile network because of the backhaul. So their satellite will come into picture that can provide backhaul to the 5G network. So that is unserved or underserved area. The second is the 5G service continuity. For example, you are using a 5G or 4G service, but suppose you go onto aeroplane. So your service is discontinued for the time you are into the aeroplane. So can my 5G service continue even onto the airplane? Yes. So technically that work is in progress, and it will be possible that the service continuity in ships, in aeroplanes, or any other moving platform will actually continue. The third use case is on multicast broadcast. So I was talking about lot of content will come onto the edge network which 5G is enabling. So one way is to bring the edge data using the 5G network itself. The other method possible would be in future that at least the broadcast kind of data can go onto the edge through satellite, so that your mobile network is offloaded and you are able to support more services on the 5G terrestrial network. So that is the enablement which 5G actually can do. So either those multicast broadcast can go up to the edge or to a node or even to the direct to the device. That is also a possibility. A lot of research are going, and perhaps in 2-3 years time this will become a reality. So what are different use cases which I talked about will be served? So EMBB, of course, enhanced mobile broadband, of course, satellite will help us. MMTC, that is sensor network. As we know that sensor network will mostly be in the remote areas, in the agricultural field, and many a times you may not have terrestrial coverage. So their satellite can actually play a role. Not only that, suppose there are sensors installed in a logistic container which is being transported from, say, one country to other country, right? So those sensors are actually connected initially to the mobile network or 5G network in a terrestrial way. But once it goes to, say, in a ship, same container is transported in a ship, so you don't have terrestrial coverage. At that time, it will connect to the satellite because of the service continuity which we talked about. Again, in the other country, it will go to a land network. So there again, it will connect to the terrestrial network. So that kind of IoT sensor, that's an example I explained, which is also given in the standard document. And third is the public safety, which is very important. If some disaster occurs, no, our telecom services, our fiber, power, everything goes away. So you don't have coverage. But in case we plan satellite backhaul in critical places, so at least some kind of connectivity we can continue even in 5G. So once this integration is happening, so this all will be seamless. Today also we are able to do, for example, when there was a disaster in Leh, we were able to connect our that time WLL CDMA network on VSAT, right? But very less capacity because VSAT itself is a less capacity. So, but with 5G now, low orbit satellite, that will be, I mean, you can have audio, video, data kind of services enabled. So this is what is happening in coming days. This is some kind of future. So this we talked about. So satellite can be used as a backhaul, as I said. Pardon? So it's I have two presentations. First is going to finish, sir. Right. So first one is going to finish, sir. Yes, sir. So as I said, satellite can work as a backhaul for 5G. And second, just look at this picture. Satellite can actually work as our radio access network. the tower which we have here can actually satellite take that load. So one, in a way that it works as a transparent pipe wherein your base station traffic goes onto the satellite and then transmitted to the users. So that is a concept. And the second one is that it actually acting as a base station completely, right? So you are having a satellite network and then that is acting as a BTS, kind of a high platform BTS kind of, right? So that is also a possibility which has been talked in the standards. Of course, it will take certain years to come, but the whole satellite industry and 3GPP is working on this and some trials are going on. So this will become reality. So the problem of the Northeast, the 5G will definitely solve after few releases gets mature. So this is a typical 5G network which will be coexisting with 4G network, where we will have edge computing. Here it is shown as a local server. Some compute will happen at the central server. We'll have small cell on the street lights, etc. You can see below pictures. You'll have a macro coverage, beam forming concept, and also the 4G coverage. So this will be a typical 5G network which all operators will be deploying, and it will look like that. So with this, perhaps I can open it for questions, sir. If anyone is having any question, I'll try to answer before I move to the next set of presentation. Right. So now the most important part is on the use cases itself, that the potential use cases which we talked about, somehow these can actually convert into real use cases. Some of the use cases which was showcased in India Mobile Congress this month, first, second, and third, I have tried to capture that also. So that will give you a glimpse that how our enterprises, SMEs, and operators have actually developed. So some use cases related to enhanced mobile broadband, you can see on the screen, are like video telepresence or video streaming. So for example, today the TV fellows, they come with a big vehicle with a satellite antenna for actually transmitting signal live. But once 5G is there, that kind of speed they can actually get onto the terrestrial network. So they will not require to bring such a bigger device. Through a very, very small form factor device, they'll be able to stream the data. And then of course the virtual reality, which will be a use case for education, entertainment, gaming, even the tourism will be coming. And the conditions like a stadium where lakhs of people are actually witnessing live match, everyone is taking picture, etc. So there with a small cell concept, few numbers of small cell, which will be giving you very, very high speed, everyone can actually enjoy their devices. Right, sir. Right. Correct. Correct. Yeah. Yeah. So naturally get, and not only that, sir, a lot of other application will be developed around it. One is like holographic transmission of the signal. So you might have seen, sir, our Prime Minister, while launching 5G, he talked to a small school girl. So the girl appeared kind of a live onto the stage where Prime Minister was there, and Prime Minister talked to that girl. So kind of a holographics. For example, I could have done this presentation from Delhi, and it will feel to you that I'm sitting here and explaining that. So that kind of environment can be created. But of course, it will not only 5G, but associated technology. 5G will give you a good kind of connectivity, latency, etc. Rest. So it's a combination of few industry which will create such use cases. Now the URLLC, that is ultra reliable low latency communication, which I spoke in the first session. These are certain use cases. So one is of course the autonomous vehicle, which can drive itself. It talks to all the nearby cars. It also talks to the poles there, red light there, and also take various pictures. So, and at the back end, some AI ML algorithm runs. So in future, the vehicle will become autonomous. Robotics is the other example in the industry, that you can control the robots from your office and all those in the factory, which is in different environment, hot environment or hazard environment, you can actually do it. Aviation, drone, we know, and industrial automation we talked about. So these will enable this URLLC kind of feature of 5G. And massive machine type, you talked about that. In India also, we are having a lot of smart cities where we of course are using IoT, but on various small technologies, LoRa, WAN, and so on and so forth. Ultimately, when 5G proliferate, everyone will be using the 5G connectivity. Smart home, where all our appliances would actually be connected, and we can do lot many things. And remote sensors, actuators, and our wearable devices will also connect to the 5G network directly, and a lot of things will happen, sir. So let us look at sector wise, that which sector, what kind of possible solution may come. So let us start with public safety. So public safety is a very important function of the state and central government. So it's very important. The first is, I was talking about, if I have a connected sensors. So suppose I'm able to deploy these sensors in a remote areas, and it is able to warn about the disaster in some advance, maybe few hours in advance. So perhaps we can take certain action and reduce loss of property or reduce loss of human, right, in that disaster. So that is very key. And why 5G? Because 5G can provide a coverage using the lower frequency band, and it can support large number of such devices. Second is the drones. So drone is coming to be very important. And today also we have drone, but 5G connected drones means you can fly the drone even in the area where there is no line of sight, because you may have 5G coverage. And you can also take pictures, video, send it to the back end, and from there some help can come, or some doctor can directly talk to the patient using the connectivity which our drone may have, and so on. So emergency response will actually improve with 5G kind of a drone. And of course, remote consulting by doctors would be possible once we have such connection. And then we talked about connected vehicle, which will actually avoid road collisions. And a lot of data will also come to the traffic management and all. So a lot of improvement can be done. So there are many use cases. So as sir was talking about private 5G. So a lot of things are going on related to private 5G. We had visited IIT Delhi. So they have developed the entire 5G network in a box. Because of the virtualization concept which we have, the entire 5G has been created in a box. I have taken a small video I would like to just show you. So in this picture, what you see is this is a base station kind of environment, and this one is, they have, in this box they have created a complete 4G network, and the other box is complete 5G network, and they have a coverage in that particular area. So and there are certain other companies also who have done complete 5G network in a box, in a sense that you can deploy even in your laptop and connect a radiating element, and you can cover an area. So what are the different use cases of this? The first use case is generally what we see, that in case of disaster, connectivity goes away. Even those responders are not able to talk to each other properly, or even if they have a walkie-talkie system, only voice things they are able to talk to. This kind of device can be kept on back of a person. A network can be created in that area with that, and maybe responders can talk to each other. Similarly, in respect of security, our armed forces, many a times they actually venture into dangerous area. So they can, one of the army fellow can take the entire network on his back, and other fellows are having some kind of receiver and transmitter. They can create a network, local network for that time. They can talk to each other, coordinate. So a lot of use cases of such 5G in a box can come. And for offices like us, we could have deployed in one of the server here a private 5G and created a campus-wide private 5G network with such solutions. So there are many startup also, like Neural Network is one startup who has done this small setup of private 5G network, and they have there are many, sir, who has come. Even DOT has supported these guys. So this is an opportunity even for Northeast area, wherever we need to create such kind of setup. And government has actually enabled, in the sense that such kind of network you can request from a TSP, telecom service provider, or you can even request from a third party, wherein you can take spectrum either directly from the DOT or lease from the TSP. So a lot of options has been given in policy by the DOT. So enablement part has already been done. Perhaps this will take off in a very fast way. So the one is that we know that drones are already there in the market. Many companies are actually making drone. But what about 5G enabled drone? So basically, if you look at innovators, so in the field of 5G, Qualcomm is one of the innovators. We know that all our mobiles are having the 5G chipset, Snapdragon, which is from Qualcomm. Other chipset vendor is MediaTek. So only 2-3. So Qualcomm has actually developed the drone platform, which you can embed in any drone and it will become 5G drone. So I'll just show a small video which they have promoted on their website.
Flight RB5 5G platform, the world's first 5G and AI drone platform, offering powerful and efficient heterogeneous computing, designed to meet the various drone applications and use cases around the world. From aerial inspections of infrastructure, agriculture, and assets, to the filming of cinematic visuals for entertainment, to delivering packages and mission-critical tasks like first response. The Qualcomm Flight RB5 5G platform lays the foundation for your purpose-built drone and is designed to help your industry take flight.
So I see very good application of such drones platform. So in any drone which you buy from the market, this can be embedded. So a lot of industry will come up and actually develop application around it. For example, today in Gujarat, farmers are using drone to spray the pesticide. So those are line of sight drone. With 5G, that will become kind of, even in a farther places, they'll be able to utilize in a better way. And even Qualcomm has given a cost of this platform. It is less than $4,200 US on their website. So any small company or SME, suppose in Northeast, if they want to develop some application using 5G and drone, they can actually, these are commercially available products. They can buy drone, they can buy this platform, embed it, and create some applications. It's a very good opportunity for them. So let us look at agriculture sector, how 5G connected agriculture sensors would actually help. So today also in many area we use IoT devices in the agriculture field that will actually improve. So this picture which you see is kind of a field where we have deployed, say, 5G connected sensors which can actually sense humidity, temperature, soil moisture, etc. They are directly being connected to 5G network. Similarly, autonomous vehicles like drone or autonomous vehicles are getting connected to the 5G network. They are collecting data from the various sensors which is there in the field. At the back end, some program will run which our SME have to actually develop, or some applications are already there in the market, so that you know that in which area you require irrigation, in which area you may require what kind of pesticide is to be put, in which area your fruit has ripened and you need to pluck it. So all those analysis can be done in the backend using some kind of AI/ML, and then you can use this particular technology. So in India Mobile Congress, the Airtel, L&T, CDAC, they actually were showcasing one use case of automated irrigation. So in this picture, what you see that they have put sensors which can sense moisture in the soil, and they know that this particular plant, what should be the humidity level into the those soils. So those data is being captured, right, online and going to a controller, and controller is deciding how much water to be irrigated automatically for how much time depending upon the data which is being received. So here role of 5G is your collecting the data from the field, large field, onto the 5G network, sending it to the controller or the central system, and then back to the command that some has to be switched on, some has to be switched off. So you can go up to a plant level, because those water droplets can actually be planned up to the plant level, that a particular plant how much water to be dropped. So this is also a small video taken in the IMC itself that will I mean the person himself is telling. Just have a look.
हैं वो जमीन के अंदर। हाँ, ये सेंसर जमीन के अंदर है, बट ऐसा भी सेंसर है जो एटमॉस्फेरिक सेंसर है, जिनकी मैं अभी बात करता हूँ। यहाँ पर ये वो डिसाइड कर रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर पानी अभी पानी डालने की जरूरत है, तो वो पानी यहाँ पे डाला जा रहा है। तो अगर
ये सॉल्यूशन दो तरीके से चलता है, ऑटोमेटिक और मैनुअल। तो अगर किसान चाहे तो इसको ऑटोमेटिक मोड पे डाल के छोड़ सकता है। जब फसलों को पानी की जरूरत होगी पानी आएगा, जब जरूरत नहीं होगी वो अपने आप बंद हो जाएगा। जब उसको
So this was one of the use case which was getting demonstrated in IMC. So basically it's very useful. Once we have a 5G coverage all across, such applications can be deployed. So the next is how the drones will help agriculture. So here, I mean, in this picture, what you see that the drone is a 5G capable drone, wherein it also has multiple cameras, which is taking picture of a, say, grassland or agriculture field. So in this example, it is trying to find out the pastures or the weeds which are present in the farm field, so that targeted pesticide can be applied. In the next picture, the drone is taking picture, kind of a plant level data it is trying to take. And these will go to the backend server where they will analyze, for example, of the field which I talked about, they are able to analyze and see that where all those weeds are there, dogs are there, where actually they require to put the pesticide. Generally, what we do is we spray pesticide all across the field, whether required or not required. But with this kind of environment, you can do a pesticide spray targeted to those weeds where it is required. And or maybe a section of, for example, if in a field you have identified a particular section where requirement of pesticide is there, so drone can spray that particular kind of pesticide or fertilizer for that matter in that area. So this is another kind of application which 5G connectivity can bring in. So what we have for agriculture, you can even monitor the livestock or track them, or irrigation management you can do, or machinery tracking you can do. So vehicle monitoring, since you are able to deploy sensors in every object, every machine, etc. So you are able to monitor them and use the services. So it's a combination of technology, that is communication technology, IoT kind of technology, and other backend services which our SMEs and startup would be working, and there are some commercial product already available. Now the next big thing is on experience, education, entertainment, and this will also cover tourism. So I'll just give one example of innovation which is taking place in this by various companies. Even Geo has developed Geo Glass. I think our Geo person will know. So this kind of glass is being developed. So this particular glass will connect to 5G network directly, and then will connect to the edge, mobile edge computing, where various services would be installed. So these glasses will have 8K, up to 8K, 360-degree video kind of. So if you move your head left and right, entire environment, because it may have multiple camera, is being sensed, and a virtual environment would get created. So what are the use cases of such glasses? For example, if in this picture what you see, that a mechanic with this glass has come to a place where he has to repair something. So with this glass, he's able to visualize the machine problem, or maybe he's getting some kind of guided instruction from an automated system or from a human sitting at remote, and he can actually repair, or wherever he need a specialized guidance, he can actually take with such glasses. The next is the telepresence we talked about, that in some scenario, if you need physical presence of that person in a virtual environment with holographic kind of applications, that would be possible. Even the meetings can happen in a telepresence. And the metaverse talk which is there in the market is nothing but creating a virtual environment where everyone can virtually go sit across and do the day-to-day activities with such kind of glasses. And then we all are aware about assistant which we have in our Apple phone or Google phone, or for that matter laptop. So with such glasses, this will become a kind of XR assistant, augmented reality assistant. In this example, what is shown is that a chef is coming in front of a person who is trying to cook something and explaining how to do that. So this is also important for, say, education. The teacher sitting at remote can actually appear in front of the student if a student is wearing some sort of glass, and explain the concept in a very, very immersive way. So these are the applications which will really work in India. Autonomous car, we don't know because of our road conditions, but this kind of application will really going to help us. Similarly, the social experience today, I mean, most of the young population use all kind of Facebook, Twitter, etc. So, I mean, the experience which they are getting is like kind of a 2D experience. But in this example, what is being shown as that a physical environment, suppose there is a stadium, if you wear a glass, some fellows are there physically, and somebody just wearing glass at their home, and they'll feel that they are at that virtual environment. They can dance together, they can talk together, and also that kind of environment in the entertainment, education, and tourism sector is going to be expanded very fast, perhaps in India. I see a very good opportunity here. Like gaming also, today the gaming industry is actually increasing in a very, very large way. So one example here which I'm trying to say, that this particular boy is wearing a glass and roaming around the home and playing a game. So what this glass is doing, because it has got 7-8 cameras, it is able to scan the entire room and create a virtual environment for him like this. So he is actually sitting on his own bed, but to him it is appearing that bed is like this, room walls are like that. Why it is possible? Because from the camera, room get mapped, gone to the edge computing, and from there data is coming which he is visualizing. It's a combination of virtual data and actual place where he is, and he can actually is playing some kind of a game. If you see, like this object is coming and going, and his I mean, some kind of game depiction is there. You can imagine many kind of gaming, and even the education content can be actually delivered. So these are the applications which in US, this Qualcomm and other companies are actually working on, and those will become reality in upcoming days on 5G. So this was for experience education. So basically our AR, VR or XR, which is even today we have, but that will improve the way I explained. Even the sensory experience like touch, etc., can be brought in future. Then immersive teaching would be possible. Immersive virtual meeting would be possible. Live concert, those I explained. Now coming to the health sector. So this is very important. In IMC, the India Mobile Congress, Airtel and also Jio were showcasing some kind of 5G connected ambulance. So in that they were having lot many devices, but it was connected to the hospital in the sense that as soon as a patient is brought into the ambulance, he starts getting support from the hospital, because we say that first 1 hour is very important for a patient, maybe in an accident or otherwise, to save his life. So his treatment starts as soon as he is put onto the ambulance itself, because of the low latency kind of high speed connection which he is getting with the doctor, and doctor is able to guide the nurse or the person in the ambulance, and some kind of treatment gets started then and there itself. So one more so was there. Sir was also talking about Embu Pod. So there is one company, small company. They have created entire setup of basic life saving and advanced life saving, BLS, ALS they call it, equipments onto a three-wheeler, right? They are calling it as Embu Pod. So these are the tests which are possible. I'll just show you. And this was being showcased in IMC. I have captured one video from somewhere which was from the IMC. I had also visited. Just have a look at it.
अब मेरे सामने आप ये जो ऑटो देख रहे हैं कोई नॉर्मल ऑटो नहीं है और ना ही ये केवल यहाँ पर शोपीस बन के खड़ा है। दरअसल ये है एयरटेल की चलती फिरती एम्बू पॉड, यानी कि चलता फिरता एक मिनी एम्बुलेंस जो कि आपके छोटे से छोटे शहर, गांव, कस्बे में आसानी से चला जाएगा और आपके टेस्ट, सभी तरह के मेडिकल टेस्ट आसानी से कर देगा। 5G से पूरा कनेक्टेड है। डॉक्टर आपको लाइव वीडियो पर देख रहा होगा, हॉस्पिटल में बैठा हो किसी बड़े शहर में, और कई सारी इसमें और फैसिलिटीज़ हैं। तो आइए आपको इस चलती फिरती एम्बू पॉड के अंदर लेके चलता हूँ।
यहाँ पे मुझे एक ECG कराने का ऑप्शन मिल चुका है और आपको बता दूँ कि ये छोटी सी कॉम्पैक्ट एम्बुलेंस है, बहुत ही फायदेमंद है। बेसिकली ये मेरा यहाँ पे ECG हो रहा है, जो भी ECG होगा वो इस टैबलेट में जाएगा और इनके टैप कनेक्शन के थ्रू उस स्क्रीन में जाएगा और उस स्क्रीन के थ्रू डायरेक्टली जो डॉक्टर हॉस्पिटल में बैठे हैं वो देख पाएंगे कि जो पेशेंट है उसका ECG कैसा है। तो बाई चांस किसी को स्ट्रोक आया तो डायरेक्टली उसका इलाज एम्बुलेंस के अंदर भी हो सकता है। आई होप आपको समझ आ गया होगा कि 5G के कितने फायदे होने वाले हैं।
So for example, this Embu pod goes to a rural area, and rural area, the Embu manager, who is not a doctor, can actually, take care of the patient there, and the doctor in the remote area can actually help. So this is another short video created by Embu pod fellows, very small one. Just see this. So this Embu pod manager is able to train, take certain test getting etc. So with an ambulance, we have gone to a village area, using whatever what we call the parameters. In fact, those readings is able to translate the doctor at the remote area, like call them or so where we see the equipment that is endoscopic in the ear is connected. So the visual is when the doctor looking at remote doctor can actually watch on this is a small they call it here also the data doctor at the remote these devices are already available in the market. What typically happens is that the startup has connected wherein you get to transfer the data to the remote doctor then application, and once it is over all those reports and you can type what the doctor wants to do. So even the stethoscope which doctor sees, so all those doctor can actually hear in his device itself. So these are the real products which our companies, our Indian companies have actually developed, and will be very useful in the remote part of the area, etc. And since it is being supported by companies like Airtel and all, so going forward, it may become kind of very, very useful solution for our remote and rural area. A lot of innovation that the person or that company has done. There are opportunities that can possibly made by many of the SME of our area. These devices are practically very well. So now let's talk about industry. So industry, lot of use cases, because sir talked about that. Now so today also lot of automations are there in the industry, wherein those sensors are connected onto the wired network. So what difference it is coming is that now those sensors can be connected onto the wireless network, so that you can move the equipment here and there and still it will be working. So all those chaos of wire will get eliminated. So one of the use case, we call it digital replica. So those devices will have a lot of sensors to measure temperature, speed, pressure. So many sensors would be there. So you'll be able to actually create a virtual replica of that equipment in a live online environment. So suppose some fault is about to occur. Suppose it is hitting too much beyond the limit. So you know in advance that a particular device or part is actually hitting, can replace in advance. So digital replica can actually, for example, let us look at our car. So car has so many parts and so many sensors are already placed by these guys. So if those all sensors are giving data to a central system, you can create that car virtually somewhere else and see that what is not going right, and you can take advanced action, or you can inform the driver. So digital replica is one which is important. Secondly, as I said, that every object, every part will have some kind of sensor, so you'll be able to trace all the raw material, be it in a basement, be it at any shelf, and with AGV kind of application, or automated guided vehicle, you can take out those parts for your manufacturing and also. So industry automation, making it automatic will be very, very useful with such wireless kind of a network. And of course, we talked about robots, etc., being controlled from a remote place or working in a risky environment. So this was a use case of industry. I think I have covered, sir, in the second part. So now I have covered both the parts. In case anyone having any question, I'll try to answer. Yes. So, okay. So if you say we have the third one also, the next presentation is mostly about the trials which our operators have done and what kind of use case they have actually showcased to our DOT officials. Yes, yes, thank you. Yes, sir. Correct.
Sir, the last presentation is on experience sharing of 5G use cases tested as part of 5G trials. This will be delivered by Sri Suyash Gautam. Suyash Gautam is an officer from 2018 batch of Indian Telecom Services. Earlier, he has worked in DRDO or NTPC also. At presently, he is posted in Gujarat field unit of DOT and was involved in the 5G technology field trials. Gautam.
Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon, everyone. Till now, we have seen the various features as well as the architecture of 5G. Now, we are going to quickly run through the use cases which were deployed by various telecom service providers in the field and which were tested by Department of Telecom. We all know that before rolling out of any network, we usually test those complete network as well as the network equipments in the test bed, but that would not be very sufficient because in the field the scenarios are very different compared to the test bed. So therefore, before rolling out of the final network, these technology trials have been done. And for these technology trials, Department of Telecom have given the trial spectrum to various telecom service providers in around 13 to 14 locations across India. And various telecom service providers have showcased their use cases in these technology trials. So before jumping into the actual use cases, I would like to briefly touch upon the uh, technology trial scenario, how it was conducted. So uh, for technology trials, a brief set of procedure was laid down by Department of Telecom, which basically comprises of four segments. First one is the functionality of the network. Uh, Based on the standards which were developed by ITU or 3GPP, some set of benchmarking and parameters have to be achieved by the network. Whether that network is responding in the same way which it was intended to do, which these type of tests were performed in the functional test. The second one was the application test. Since we have seen till now that 5G is mainly concentrated towards the use cases. Suppose randomly, if I start using a particular set of use case now, and whether the network is responding to my requirements based on the use case or not. So we are testing it in the application test. The third one is the mobility test. We have seen that, as Ashok sir was mentioning, that 5G would be capable of retaining our calls or transferring the data, in fact, in the bullet train also. So for the mobility, we have tested that whether such capability is being offered by the network or not. And the last type of test were the performance test, and that we are assessing the overall assessment of the network. What is the peak throughput we are achieving, what is the least latency we are achieving, and over based on all these sectors, we are assessing that how well the network is matured or how well it is performing for the use cases. This was the testing scenario specifically for Gujarat state, and which these are the number of sites which we have tested, and these were the telecom operators which have offered their use cases, and the use cases were distributed for all the scenarios. Some were concentrated on the urban segment, some were in the semi-urban, as well as some are concentrated towards the rural segments also. And they have used all possible of the frequency bands, the lower frequency, mid frequency, as well as the very high frequency bands, which were basically used for the backhaul. So the first use case was VR360 content playback. We can imagine that, though I do not have the video, but we can imagine what was showcased in that scenario was a person was standing on the Burj Khalifa, and he was a paraglider. On his helmet, a 360-degree camera was mounted, and he jumped from there. And that video was captured and stored in a server on Norway and Sweden. So through this scenario, what they were showing was a VR headset we have put on, and we are experiencing the same scenario, that in place of that paraglider, we are jumping from Burj Khalifa, and we can see around that we are seeing the Dubai airport and all the buildings and habitation nearby, and we are experiencing on the real time basis that in place of him, if we were jumping, how would that experience would be. So the same scenario can be extrapolated to the tourism also, though various photos are available, but since if we get an immersive experience of particular use case, then we are more inclined towards visiting that particular place or viewing that particular experience. The next use case was concentrated on education. On the left hand side, we can see that there was a classroom in the urban environment, and there is a teacher standing over here, and a 360-degree as well as 120-degree camera is installed here. And these students are sitting in very remote village of Gujarat, and they are enabled with the 5G connectivity. So since with the advent of COVID, a lot of online education is there, but still it is not very much immersive, and there are a lot of distractions, such like TV is there, we can watch here and there. But in case of a VR connected classroom, all the students were having the VR headset. So in place of the actual classroom, they are actually feeling that I'm sitting on this table. They have a depth perception also, that around 4 to 5 feet my teacher is standing and he is moving his hand, and at nearby, I can see my classmates also that they are sitting beside me. So this was a real immersive kind of a education scenario, uh, which was made possible because of 5G. Another use case was basically AI VR 360 camera. I've visited few of the smart cities, and the core feature of the smart city was integrated command and control center. What they have done, specifically if I name around Agra and Jaipur, what they have done is they've installed smart cameras or CCTV cameras on the poles. But for getting a real time video or a high quality video, what they have to do is they have to lay the optical fiber from each and every pole to their control and command center. Specifically in the northeast areas, it is not much feasible and possible. So using 5G, what they have showcased is that they have made 4 5 locations CCTV camera enabled. That camera is transferring HD videos in the real time scenario to a control location here. And what is the advantageous thing in this edge computing is this server is a AI server, which is after receiving the feed from these videos, it is showcasing that possible scenarios, what it is identifying in that particular video, whether these are people and bags, and this is some sort of example, but it can be extrapolated to that whether it is a accident prone scenario or a robbery is going on. So a small alert can be generated to the person who is sitting in the command and control center, so he can assess that on the real time basis. As well as the quality of the video is much better because of 5G, so we can identify the number plates as well as the faces of those people who are involved in the issues. The last one is the gaming experience. uh, till now also there are a lot of games which are capable of giving you experience of reality, but it is limited to the uh, uh, limitation of actually the end devices. If I have to experience a good game, I have to have a good end device, and it costs much. So, and the cost is also included with the that game setup I have to procure. But because of 5G, we can have a scenario of cloud gaming. I do not have to have a very big device or the costly devices. I can have a normal devices, but the whole game is uploaded on the cloud. So based on the 5G, I can fetch the whole game in my simple mobile phone, and I can have a real time inputs. As sir was showing that that boy was moving in and around, and because of 5G, so I can till now I can only push button and I can see my character moving. But in the 5G scenario, I can also move and contribute that input into a real-time gaming scenario. So it was also possible because of 5G. Another automation use case which was deployed in a refinery was these bags are filled with polypropylene, and this conveyor belt you are seeing, these bags are coming from this conveyor belt. Now the thing is, this robot, this conveyor belt is remotely connected to a 5G network, and they are communicating with each other. So they are coordinating so well that the time of the conveyor belt is not wasted. Neither the robot has to travel a faster distance. Uh, this warehouse was filled with lot of robots as well as lot of people. So based on the ultra reliable frequency, they have to manage and coordinate between two robots as well as that conveyor belt, and they have to perfectly transfer these bags from conveyor belt to robot. Then what the robot will do, all these instructions are coming from the remote area using 5G. What this robot will do, it will transfer, it will take these bags, it will go outside the warehouse and transfer and unload these bags to a trolley or truck. So it was doing in on a real time scenario. This whole warehouse was enabled with 5G network, and both conveyor belt and robots were communicating on 5G. This is a small glimpse. IMT trolley is coming and it will communicate, and it will load the bags. Another scenario was since specifically for the northeast area, for point to point communication, the laying of optical fibers may not be feasible sometimes. So high bandwidth option is available because of the backhaul of 5G, in which two backhaul communicating equipments can be installed, and a real time optical fibers in a kind of a scenario can be achieved because of the higher bandwidths available in E and V bands of 5G. Another small pilot project for faster rollout of 5G was also um, uh, coming, and in fact, it is about to complete, which was envisaged by TRAI and Department of Telecom. They have selected 4 locations of different sectors. First one was Delhi International Airport, second one Bhopal Smart City, and Bangalore Metro, as well as Gujarat Gandhidham Deen Dayal Port. So what they have done is, it is envisaged that for faster rollout of 5G, small cell will play a crucial role. So for based on different scenarios, what would be the requirement for deploying the 5G in a much faster way in the form of small cells? So that pilot project was done, and the recommendations are now being published, that what based on the different sectors, what are the requirements for faster rollout, and small cell would be the what would be the requirements for deploying of small cell, and based on these requirements, how it can be rolled out in a much faster way. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Yeah, I think now, yes, we can take some questions, and the questions can come from either from this hall or from those participating on the screens, So yeah, we can invite now brief questions, and I would request that both the question, the ones questionnaire, they also be brief to the point, and our, the experts, the resource person also be brief and to the point. Otherwise, then we'll not be able to, I think then we'll not be able to handle as many as queries and, desire to know clarification. Yeah. So yeah, please, we'll give opportunity first to those who are on the screen. Brief questions and brief responses, please. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Anyone? Yeah, yes.
Yes, I'm Kaushik from Meghalaya IT department. I would like to ask one question regarding the Open RAN. So is it like the whole deployment of 5G in India, it will be on Open RAN? And if it is so, who will be responsible for the security aspect? It will be the software part or hardware or both?
Yeah, I'm Ashok Kumar. I'll try to answer your question. So
come closer to the mic. Yeah.
So your question had two parts. One is that whether in India open RAN type of scenario would be deployed or traditional type of base station will be deployed. And second question of yours was about how security will be handled. To start with the first question. So basically, practically, the deployment will be mix of both the traditional radio access network as well as open RAN. So let me tell you some of the development in this field. So as during the presentation of Sri B. Sunil Kumar sir explained about 5G testbed with multi institutions, IITs and ISC have been created, and physically this is deployed at IIT Chennai. So there they have also completely developed RAN and radio access network, and that is completely based on open RAN concept. That is one development. Second is in India, few companies have come up and they are actually producing the 5G RAN based on open RAN. One company is called VVDN based at Gurgaon. They have a very good factory. So they are actually manufacturing open RAN based 5G base station, and in fact they are selling in the US market also. Similarly, there is one more new company in India which has come up, which is Lekha Wireless. So they are also doing open RAN kind of deployment. And we are also told that the Jio in-house, they have developed their own
5G radio access network, and they have started producing, and there are certain quantity which is being produced every day. So for Geo, they will actually be deploying open RAN based systems, and also the traditional one, because since there is a huge requirement of such radio, so only one set of technology, open RAN, may not help the industry. So initially it will be a mix of the traditional RAN and also the open RAN. So I think this will answer first part of your question. The second question is about the security part. So it has got multiple component of it. So let us first talk about the standards. So if you go to the 3GPP standard, they already talk about the security standard. So they have devised certain security parameters which has to be followed in case you are making either a traditional RAN or open RAN. For example, kind of encryption they use, kind of authentication they have to use, and their security architecture is the layered one, just like an onion. So if some device is far away, so you'll trust less. If the device is in your premises, the trust is more on that. So there is a concept called zero trust onto the network that has been applied from the IT world to even the telecom world, and those are being taken care of. So the security aspect per se is being, so open RAN doesn't mean that you have opened to the more security. For example, when we say open RAN, what we are saying that suppose one component of device is coming from one vendor, second component is coming from the next vendor, they are able to talk to each other. Earlier, it was a black box for the two devices to talk to each other. It used to come from only one company. So now you can have more competitive market and such devices. So I hope security will not be a threat, and all the security required for an IT world, telecom is also following that, in addition to the telecom layer of all the security which we had been following. So if you like to add anything, sir? Yeah. Maybe we can take next question, if any.
Good afternoon. I am Vishwamohan. I am DDG Manipur DOT only. A small query from the customer's point of view, whether we need to change the sets once we are on 5G, and whether there is any difference between Geo and Airtel plan, because one reads that one is employing standalone architecture, the other one is not doing so. So whether it has any effect from the customer's perspective.
Yeah, very good question, sir. Thank you for asking this. So, of course, I mean, traditionally also, when 3G was launched, so 3G enabled mobile phones were launched. When 4G was launched, 4G enabled mobiles were launched. Sorry.
No, I think both of them are too close.
Okay, it's okay. This is working well.
Remove the others. Remove the others. Switch off the board.
Okay. So as far as 5G services are concerned, the customers need to buy a new device, because the 4G device will not support 5G services. So just assume that when 5G is being launched by the operator, so operator will have 5G network as well as 4G network. So once you buy a 5G enabled device, in fact, wherever there is a 5G coverage, your phone will act as a 5G phone. But suppose you are in an area where there is no 5G, so your device will still work on 4G. So once you buy a 5G device, it will seamless work in 5G, 4G, 3G and 2G network, depending upon what coverage you have. But suppose you have a 4G device, So it will not latch on to the 5G network, it will latch on to the 4G network. So in that scenario, customers have to buy 5G enabled devices to actually take benefit of 5G services. That is first part you asked, sir. Second part you asked that the various operator in our countries which they are launching 5G, they may be on different version. Somebody is launching NSA mode of 5G and somebody is launching SA mode. So what is NSA mode? Non-standalone mode. So what technology has enabled that for a faster rollout of services, you don't need to change the entire network. You can just deploy 5G radio at some places where you require higher speed and connect to the old 4G core itself. So Airtel is initially doing that they are quickly launching 5G radio in various cities and connecting to the 4G core itself. So what benefit they will get is that the out of the three buckets, EMBB, URLLC and MMTC, the EMBB part they are able to roll out in a faster way, right? So that is NSA mode of deployment. So wherever there is a high speed requirement, they will just deploy 5G radio. Initially, later on, they will move to the other way. And what Jio is doing is they are deploying directly the 5G core and 5G radio all across the country instead of going for a NSA mode. They already have a good 4G network. They don't have 3G, 2G. So they are going ahead with a new 5G core, a new 5G radio. So what will happen? Your device, suppose you have a 5G device, so they can reap benefit of all features of 5G, including URLLC and MMTC, in addition to EMBB, because they are going directly standalone. Of course, they need to do many other tweaking in the network to actually support those use cases. So SA and NSA both are being launched in country by different operator. So now as a customer, what kind of device I should buy? So basically now we should start looking at devices which supports SA. If a device is supporting NSA, it will obviously support even NSA also. So we should buy SA enabled devices, number one. Now a lot of devices which has come in the market, we should look at what spectrum these operators have actually acquired for 5G. For example, in India, lower band 700, 900 megahertz band, they'll be using for 5G. 3.5 gigahertz for mid band and 26 gigahertz for millimeter wave. So if you look at specification of your phone, it tells you that which band it supports. Suppose you buy a phone which doesn't support those bands which India is rolling out, it is useless for you. So we should look for that my device will support these three: lower band, mid band and millimeter band, the same frequency which has been actually auctioned. So that will be very, very important. Of course, more support you buy in a phone, cost of device will increase. One of the important thing which has happened across the globe is that this 3.5 gigahertz band, which is also being rolled out in India, is being rolled out world across.
Yeah, please be brief because there are many questions. My questions also many, so you'll have to answer very, very briefly all of them.
Okay,
yeah, please.
So basically you should look at that the phone which you are buying supports the frequency band which is in India, and also it is SA supported. I think ecosystem will actually grow automatically, sir, because of the demand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to invite some questions from here also from colleagues. Very brief questions and brief responses, because otherwise we'll just, instead of 10 questions, we will go home with 2 questions. Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah.
Okay, those days, like in a border area, because of security reason, like connectivity used to
Come
be
closer to the mic.
Used to be quite poor in a border area, because Northeast, like we are in a border area, so our border area doesn't have a proper connectivity because of security reason. Now the 5G is coming with the beam technology, so which will definitely control, restrict other people on the other part of the country to access our network. And I understand that this will bring a better connectivity in the border area, right? That's one thing. Like, I just wanted to confirm that definitely the border area, because we are talking about the border tourism and all. But unless the connectivity is improved, this cannot come. I think the technology will give us a better connectivity.
Yeah, yes, you're right. And there are some pilots going on onto Leh Ladakh border area, which our defense forces are already doing. So I think that pilot will also result into some use cases which can be replicated in other border areas. Security point of view, tourism point of view, perhaps we need to deploy this commercial network in a different way.
Other thing is that whenever we are traveling to abroad, we have to get the network, connected with the technology of the country where we are going. If we apply for the telecom, like to have a connectivity, in some of the country you don't have the compatible technology, and by the time we get the approval also, we have already come back from our tour. So this 5G will allow us to carry our own phone and get the connectivity there.
Yeah, right. So the beauty of the standard is that whatever standard we are following in India, all across globe, same standards are being followed, same chunk of frequency bands. I talked about mid-band being deployed all across the globe. So when you go with your phone, 5G connection, or even the lower, your connectivity will continue in other countries also, depending upon your subscription. You must subscribe international roaming, then it will work. It will definitely work.
Do we still need to obtain the permission again from the DOT?
No, so it's a individual. So today also all operators are having roaming agreement with operators across the globe. The only thing, as a customer, you should have enabled the international roaming onto your mobile. That's the only requirement. Thank you. Any?
Sir, I have one question here.
Yeah, briefly, please.
From NIC Arunachal Pradesh. Sir, actually in 5G we have seen, like from presentation we have seen that it is impacting mobiles basically. So what about the fiber connectivity in offices?
1 minute, please. Those who are not talking, please mute your mics. A lot of background noise is coming. Thank you. Please continue.
Can you repeat?
Sir, my question is like in 5G, it is impacting mobile technology, mobile handsets. So is it impacting office network like point-to-point connectivity and its speed also, or just for mobile? Because it is based on radio frequency. So is it impacting office point-to-point connectivity also?
Yeah, so the 5G is working in licensed band. So there will not be any interference with any other service that is running. So you are assured of that.
Supplement that what you are saying, only mobile phone is getting impacted. In fact, fiber-like connection you can get using 5G on a fixed wireless kind of a terminal in the area where there is no fiber. Today we are having broadband fiber-based, so you can have some kind of air fiber.
Sir, may I have a query, please?
Yes, please.
Yeah, please.
This is Shekhar from NIC Meghalaya State Center. I have experienced like during our previous versions of network, 3G, 4G, even presently also 4G. See, the last mile connection is 4G, but access speed as well as experience is not up to. Whereas I had a doubt that my device cannot consume, but I found that the device, when in a wireless environment, it can go up to 150 Mbps. This is one. Second query is, would you kindly enlighten on health hazards that could be, because continuous dissipation of radiation really matters. Now, are these taken care of? Of course, it must have been taken care of. But our scenario of our country, where there are lapses everywhere, can there really be health hazard because it's into public? Everyone is receiving that dissipation. Thank you.
So you also had two parts of your question. One was that even in 4G, you are not able to receive a good bandwidth. So basically, the reason can be many. One is that in era 4G, sufficient spectrum was not there with our operators. But with 5G, they have acquired sufficient spectrum as required in the standard. For example, in 4G, to achieve all the vision, you required 100 megahertz, whereas our operators were having only 20 megahertz, 1/5. Secondly, it also depends upon how many tower our operators are putting, how many customers they are loading onto the same BTS, what kind of indoor solution they have built and all. So there are many factors. In case of 5G, at least spectrum area, operators have acquired sufficient spectrum, so they will not have issue on that. And from the state side, permission and all ROW rules are being kind of simplified so that they can deploy more number of sites in a very faster way. So those problem will not be there. So we expect that with 5G, that problem will reduce to a very large extent. Second question was about the radiation. Everyone is having a concern.
Is there any
Can you
effect of bandwidth availability?
Let me complete. Yeah. So about the radiation part, as we are still into non-ionizing radiation. So if you look at radiation, there are ionizing, non-ionizing. So ionizing one is having very bad impact on our health, including those MRI or other procedures which we do, but we do it in a controlled environment. So as such, the radiation impact is less. There are many check and balances at international level, also at India level, which actually taken care by DOT field units and the operators. So in a nutshell, we should not worry about radiation. Details are there. I mean, if you want to go into detail, we have a dedicated page on our website, dot.gov.in. You can just go through.
Okay, thank you. I would invite questions from the officers present in the hall. Tanu, Iboyama, you may also like to put a few questions because, yeah, thank you.
Sir, I just have one question. So, are there any technologies that are going to go obsolete because of this in the immediate future?
Current technology or
current technologies?
Definitely. So, yeah, so it will actually improve over period of time. All those services which we have today, wherein we rely on some kind of connectivity, will definitely improve. Now we can have those applications real time happening even for the remote locations. For example, he talked about education. So with new set of connectivity, even remote education would be possible, and it will be more interactive and immersive. Similarly, for health sector, because of the connectivity, the health facility will improve. So yes, the older system, some of the older system we need to replace. For example, if stethoscope is connected onto the network, doctor can see our heartbeat from remote. If it is the older one, he may not be able to see. So yes, to that extent, those obsolescence will be there.
Okay.
That's it, sir.
Yeah, I think quite a few things that I had also. Iboyama, you would like to have something? Yeah. Okay. Maybe 1-2 more questions from my side, and then let's see whether we have time. And it's actually mind-boggling. You know, we knew about it, but personally, I'm exposed to a whole spectrum of what 5G can really bring on board on the table. And quite happy, except I'm not happy on one thing. Definitely, it should not be linked to aeroplanes, because that will disrupt my journey. at least during the flight time, no one bothers me. You know, workload is bad. Huh? It's almost, you know, I mean, everyone works hard in these times, but it's going to be bad for me. Okay, anyway, that's part of from the one observation. it's amazing that how so many things are going to be interlinked. The interlinking is going to be at a much higher level. That's and perhaps we have still not. I'm sure that the scope of the whole potential, it'll be difficult to imagine right now. It's just the beginning, you know. So, you know, I mean, on a threshold of a very, very new times that we are looking forward. Not very sure in terms of value judgment whether it's better or for worse. Anyway, my opinion is doesn't matter anything. I mean, technology is moving forward, and I have to run along with it. We have to. One question, of course. I think the present 4G also will continue in many ways. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Now, see, one is that even this 4G right now in Northeast, we have a few, perhaps thousand. I think the other day I heard that about quite a few thousand villages are still yet to be reached, even by 2G. You know, I mean, not to talk of 4G. So I think in your presentation you have been touched upon, but can 5G be much more in terms of reach? Will it be more powerful? Okay, you are talking about 200 GBs, so on and so forth. But you said, okay, minimum will be this much, and so on and so forth. But you know, we are talking of one end in a city like Shillong. Okay, we may not have the whole potential. I don't think anyone needs that kind of speed.
Yeah.
Why should we need that speed? I mean, you know, it'll just make us more have BP and more, you know, heart attacks and more of sugar and more of everything. If we don't respond to that, it's not good for human health. Because no matter how much the technology moves forward, the basic human constituency is the same. The heart will still beat at the same rate. The pulse will be the same. Our metabolism will be the same. You know. Anyway, the report, but we don't need that kind of speed. But sorry, somewhere did I miss out that? Can this help to reach the unreached area? Is it more easily?
Yeah.
There are two parts to this question. One is that right now, as you have correctly told, the unconnected villages, the government has taken a decision to cover within 500 days. So that is using indigenous 4G technology. So due to two reasons. One, of course, that technology is more mature in India. Secondly, the handset ecosystem, what customers are having. So only 5 to 10% only is 5G enabled. So right now, for connecting the rural, 4G is the technology, and current applications, everything can run just as fine. Subsequently, all these are, as we have discussed, are software. So once the handset ecosystem, transits to 5G, network can be software upgraded to 5G. So that will happen seamlessly. So right now, to answer the question, it will be 4G.
I think a lot of that taken care of. Yeah.
About coexistence of 4G and 5G.
Yeah.
That is very important, sir. For example, Jio has, say, 40 crore customers. So if they switch off 4G and only deploy 5G, so people are having 4G handset that will not work on 5G. So any operator cannot just switch off 4G, 3G or 2G all because customers are on that lower. The second thing was about how 4G will improve. So in this auction, sir, all operators have acquired very, very large chunk of spectrum. So earlier 4G, they were having very less spectrum. So even from this auction, they can utilize some of the spectrum even for 4G, which is existing, and they can increase the speed, etc. in the area, sir. Third, about coverage, about 5G, sir. So in 5G, sir talked about 5G technology, which India had contributed in the standard. So that is actually enabling slightly larger coverage. So with one tower, you'll be able to cover remote area in a better way if you go with that particular technology going forward, sir.
One of my colleagues have already asked about the job creation, so I will not get into that. It's not exactly related to 5G, but also related to 5G. Now, see, what happens is that these days, the kids, and especially the youngsters, they don't need to be, they can just come from any background of theirs, educational training, They can be from science, pure science, and liberal science, and this, and computer science, and you name it. But the young people particularly are very, very quick to adapt to, the what you call that, the technology. And we see that our young children, I mean, your children, my children, sometimes I wonder who has taught them how to type. They've never gone to type in institutions, but the speed is like all of them. They just give them keyboard and they just zrum. They've never gone to any school. They don't know QWERT, nothing, But what I'm trying to say, and they're studying different subjects, and they're picking up this gap. No, don't you think that the gap of being a techie, yeah, techie, being a techie is not necessarily that you have to study science and get into computer science and then into hardware and the software and the theories and the codes and this scientist and that scientist. No, without that, the application part of it, do you think that it just needs that innate, natural, that creativity, and that a time is going to come, doesn't matter. You don't need to be in any. In fact, some people are even saying a time is going to come. Many of the engineering institutions, no, they will have to reorient. The engineering institutions have to reorient to the extent that those who are going to engineering institution may have to be pure kind of engineering. Otherwise, the rest of the thing, everyone will take over. So, but in terms of application, do you see that is the democratization of the applications and the use of technology? This 5 technology will be so widespread that you can be from any background, anywhere, and you will be still the good ones. So, do you think that 5G, this march will also move this way? I mean, I don't know whether I've articulated correctly or not.
Yes, you're right. This now 5G as well as the entire IT ecosystem has evolved in such as that innovation has become very easy. Earlier, suppose you want to innovate a product, a mechanical product, you need to have access for a tinkering lab or a machine lab and things like that. Now everything is available as software, like Ashok was explaining, the digital models. So innovation has been, the path to innovation has been made very easy. So anybody who's having an idea, he is having a platform to implement it, demonstrate it, prove it. So that way, yes, it has been a very democratizing, respective of background, your upbringing, you can deliver all your ideas.
Any background with this kind of technology.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a question of creativity.
The creativity may,
So can I just add to what Sir answered?
Yeah.
So with an example, so in some of the other countries like Singapore and all, so they wanted that their SMEs or enterprise use the digital platform which is now everyone is using. So basically, if you look at SME, a small factory he has opened in his house, and if you ask him to go digital, so a lot of things he has to do. So what government there has done is like they have created platform wherein they just need to log in and start selling their product, or onto the e-market they are able to sell. So or if they need support on IT related items, the government is sending those manpower or support as a service to those small companies, because not everyone can create their own IT system spending so much money. So perhaps at government level, we need to create certain platform which can be used by small entrepreneur for their digitization of the business, because they are into silos they are working. Yeah. That is number one.
ONDC is one. ONDC,
yes. And second, what Singapore was doing, that along with 5G, they were having certain program of upskilling their citizens and other entrepreneurs. So they have a big program on that. So perhaps that also is a requirement, because there is so many things in technology, a common man to use will be really a challenge. So that is also area where as a government we will think upon, sir.
Okay. Yeah, you would like to briefly. And one observation I will keep for our operators also. I mean, we want a response from now the service providers also. So I'll put a small observation and let them take one by one. Yeah.
Sir, I think Ashok has very rightly pointed out how easy it would be to develop new cases, and government may create some platform where somebody may very easily and as far as these 5G features and its capabilities are concerned, it has been envisaged that large number of use cases in all sectors of economy, all sectors of societies would be feasible based upon the 5G capabilities. And what kind of use cases would be created in coming time? I think sky is the limit, and this limit would be achieved depending upon the creativity of the person, whether he is from the engineering background or science background or any other background. I think creativity would play a major role in making full use of the 5G potential, 5G features, because 5G is basically providing you the potential in three major areas: EMBB, URLLC, and MMTC. So I think MMTC is also an area where creativity will be there. And I think Northeast people, Northeast youth, are equally creative, and maybe in some sense more creative than other parts of the society. Only thing is how they are supported, how their creativity could be flourished. So I think organizations like NEC government will have to see that in the first place 5G should be properly implemented in the region, so that in every nook and corner, every small village, good quality of 5G is available. And then secondly, identify such type of startups, youth, their capabilities, and then encourage their creativity.
Yeah.
I think
that's it's very happy to know that someone having natural the talent and creativity, will have that opportunity. I was in a school where a lot of sports facilities were there, but I could never become a sportsman. Despite my PT teachers, he was very kind to me.
Inherent motivation.
So no, I didn't have the sports talent. So all my sports facilities never helped me. Anyway, but there are people who play in mud and dust, and and they become sports people. Anyway, so good. That inherent God-given us, that creativity will help. In terms of cost, very briefly, how it is going to be like vis-a-vis 4G? Cost to the, to the users.
Let us look at devices, sir. Let us look at devices today. So today, more 5G devices are being shipped in India compared to 4G. Trend has actually reversed. Why? Because now those OEMs, the cost to them is rather less for 5G because of the economy of scale all across the world, because 5G phone will support 4G, 3G, 2G also, but 4G phone will not support 5G. So they are manufacturing only 5G phone, and you can see that 5G phones are now available even less than 10,000 rupees.
But say suppose we have the device.
Yes.
In terms of the operators can also say, the service providers, say suppose, assuming that everyone has got 5G, there's still the cost, the tariffs and all that will be perhaps higher tariffs.
So tariff question, the operators should hire, but currently whatever Jio and Airtel had said that their existing customers, they will, if they have a 5G phone, if they go to the 5G coverage area, same data rate will apply to them. For example, in Jio or Airtel, if you have every day 1 GB quota, so same thing will apply. So initially they are not charging different, sir, but going forward, what kind of plan they want to have.
But the fact that they will be consuming more data.
So in that sense, perhaps
we'll leave it to that. Okay. Now, very quickly, the service providers who are here, we will also like to hear your your own kind of general observation in line of what we have discussed in all this last 2-3 hours. Yeah, please. Very briefly.
Say something.
Yeah. No, you're a part of that.
No, not as a technical or an operator. Whatever observation was, I was hearing to the best presentation by Sunil sir, he's my senior, and the comments by Secretary sir. What I understood is that 5G penetration will be more for the corporate segment or offices like this, or industry or business, whereas at some places he and Ashok Kumar have spoken that it is for common man also. But frankly speaking, I perceive the increase digital divide further. Then we are talking about speed, no, millisecond speed, and machine to machine they will be talking. In such a case, as that madam had said, that VSAT doesn't work, and Sunil sir has said ki in future high bandwidth satellite apertures or antennas will be available, but still it will be costly. That is my perception. And extending optical fiber, especially we are sitting in Northeast, it is hell lot of a job. People from Arunachal have also said it will not be possible. My only suggestion through and through for so many years had been that the road development authorities, they should be given a mandate to lay ducts along all the highways, which can be leased out to any operator, any person who is extending the cable, and that can be used by the TSPs. It should not be the other way around. Like, I personally feel we are facilitating ROW applications. If I decide to lay a cable from here to Tura, then if forest is coming in between, some national highway is coming in between, I approach to 10 different authorities and DOT is there in between facilitating the same. Why not the other way around, that whenever any construction is going on, have a duct along the road. Anyone who has the capacity to launch 5G, 4G, 3G, 2G in any particular area to connect the unconnected, they should just pull their cable and start the services. And then somebody said, ki, I think Ashok said, that satellite and mobile telecom, they don't talk to each other. But now the time is there that you have to talk to each other. I think you might be aware NESAC exists here. So more interaction by DOT with NESAC, especially it is a center created for Northeastern region. So that has to be taken up on a large scale so that 5G using the satellite backhauls can come first in Northeast, and further the scaling or the development of 5G. Government may have planned, but especially for Northeast, I have stayed here only for 10, 11 months, and it is difficult, and that too in a city like Shillong. I have not been to the remote areas. So government may be required to stress upon 5G deployment in Northeastern region on a different parameter, different scale, different economies for the Northeast, if we really want that Northeast has to come up. And some talk was going about disaster management, and something I think he said that some sensors are there and which can predict some disaster is coming. So recently I had got a call from NESAC. They are conducting a discussion, use of satellite in disaster management. So ultimately it will be the satellite things. So DOT may like to get into these things and these aspects. I as an operator, I said, no, whenever disaster occurs, my mandate is to restore whatever exchanges, BTSs we are having. We don't use satellite. As an operator, I only restore my network. So something on those lines, maybe DOT as a nodal agency can start. These are my opinion. Thank
Let me respond her queries in her flavor only. She very rightly expressed many apprehensions and many suggestions also. And I hope she is a member of State Broadband Committee from BSNL. If she is not, then I would request her to impress upon their management that she should be nominated as a member of SBC, because all these issues are being tackled in State Broadband Committee. Recently, in last 2 years or so, state broadband committees have been formed in every state, realizing that these are the issues which cannot be addressed by the telco himself, because they will have to largely depend upon state agencies, state policies and other things. So state broadband committee is having certain mandate, and one of the mandate is to ease out the ROW and align their building bylaws, and all sort of suggestions are being given there, and many things are being done through that. That is also, I think, envisaged that with the advent of 5G and as a requirement of 5G proliferation, all these things will be the primary requirement. If you are you want 5G to flourish, and you want your citizens to reap the benefit of 5G, then what is the requirement? You should have a matching policies so that large number of towers, maybe small cells, may be put into place by the telcos as per their technical requirement. Secondly, all these towers, all these small cells should be having sufficient backhaul, and for backhaul, largely optical fiber is the best solution. But laying the optical fiber, reaching up to that lakhs of towers is really a very difficult task. And for that, I think state governments will have to play the larger role. DOT is playing on its part whatever it can, because every alternate month or so, I am seeing a DO letter from Secretary Telecom, member technology, to chief secretaries to ease out or align their policies, their ROW rules, and come out with the policies of utilizing street furniture and utilizing their power infrastructure also for in whatever manner it can be used for telecom purpose also, because requirement is enormous. And I think telcos, even if they are ready to commit their capital expenditure, it's not sufficient for them, because here, particularly here in Northeast region, when terrain are so difficult, challenges are so enormous, simply putting manpower or putting equipment or committing capital expenditure is not sufficient, because they are not having core expertise in dealing with the adversities of the area, geographical. So at all times, they may need the help of state agencies or such agencies who are having core competence in dealing with the difficulties of the zone.
Okay.
So I
Thank you.
think NEC, state government, telcos, DOT, every organ of the society has got its moral and ethical responsibility to work in cohesion and make it happen, despite of all apprehensions or difficulties. And I think BSNL would also realize it.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
That how can it be addressed?
We want to again give chance to our colleague, I think from Geo, Airtel, from So we'll very briefly, because we'll conclude soon, because we have to go for lunch and then come back for a meeting, which is which is not very far away. So, but still, it'll be wonderful to hear from you, and very briefly, please.
Hello, sir. Myself, Kandar Bacha from Airtel. So first of all, a very big thank you to Honorable Secretary NEC and DOT for organizing such a wonderful event. Also, thank you to Sunil Kumar sir and Ashok Kumar sir for giving this brilliant presentation and insights about 5G and its use cases. I only want to say that we are aligned with DOT's vision of deploying 5G, and we are working on it, and will soon deploy 5G in our Assam and northeastern states, initially in top towns and subsequent to next 30 and 100 towns. Right now, we have lots of challenges in terms of backhaul, and we cannot provide 4G connectivity to remotest part of the northeastern states. But definitely by using this low orbit satellite bandwidth, we will connect them also to the mainstream. And I must say that this 5G will be very useful and will enrich the lives of all the population across the states. So that's it from my side, sir. Thank you so much.
So that lower satellites that you will
Yeah,
use.
yeah, I'm talking about that one.
For wider reach. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Though we are trying to,
Yeah.
though we are trying to connect the remotest place through USOF project also,
Yeah.
but still there is lots of scope
Yeah.
where lots of populations are still uncovered.
No, that has to be your very strong push here. Yeah. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. And another.
Reliance Jio. Anybody?
Yeah.
Sir, myself, Deepak Kona from Reliance Jio. So thanks, sir. It's a great presentation, and it's a great presentation by Sunil sir and Ashok sir. It's a great insight for me also. Sir, as already discussed, there is an issue with the speed of we are not getting the desert speed from 4G. So one of the main reasons was the spectrum. So that is resolving the 5G also. But majority is not, and now there is a backhaul. There's an issue the backhaul. We are not able to deploy our fiber as well as the microwave. Fiber is a major concern. We are not able to deploy the fiber due to this RW as well as other issues. So state government help is required for that. Last 1 year already we are working for the backhaul readiness prior to this spectrum, this auction. So we already made the availability of the backhaul. So immediately we can roll out the 5G. So and it's completely ready. All cities, it is 5G. The reserved bandwidth is completely ready for this. Okay. So thanks, sir. That's all from my end.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Let me just thank all of you. I know our Ashok here, and the whole team, and how you organized everyone to bring together. Thank you so much. This really has opened up our own, understanding in some ways, and at least we have a peep into what it's all the potentials that we have, and it's good that the wonderful presentations that all of you have made, and the and the presentation also, and the other your interjections. Yeah. It's a matter of all of us working together, and it's thank you so much for coming, and we'll work together. And this, as we said, that it is a vision, and from the government side, in whatever little ways that we can do, NEC has limited part, the state government has some part, central government has some part. I think everyone. It's a matter of everyone coming together and playing the game together. Yeah. In fact, a lot of change have come. Little digression. 1 minute. About 13 years back or 14 years back, when maybe BSNL used to lay that orange wire, for that broadband thing. So, fiber. It used to come from Dimapur to Kohima when I was in Manipur. Yeah. And that was kind of the big thing, and that used to link up to email and everything. So it used to be just hanging loosely everywhere. So ek bar main Mao mein dekha, so it was just going over a pigsty, and the pig was making all the sounds looking at the thing. And then I went down a little bit. It passed through the home of a family. So the mother of the house, she had hung up all her children's school uniforms to dry the clothes. So it was coming into good use by everyone. But from those days now, we have come a long, long way. A lot of things are changing in life, but let me tell you, many things also don't change. Let 5G come, 6G comes, 7G, 8G comes, but the roads in Shillong will be still congested. The traffic jam will be still worse. So something in life will not change, but whatever changing or unchanging, we have to anyway manage together. So it's yeah, but anyway, it's a very, very fast change, and the technology is really going to help us. And in fact, in final, I want to say that when we enter service 32 years back, some of the things which we thought impossible are possible today. You know, we were into this service delivery, ye karo, wo karo, ye karo, wo karo. But everything has been now done by the technology. Without technology, it's impossible. You may be the most efficient officer, not even India, in the world, and bring it to Chandel. What can you do? You can't do anything. You may be the most and the brightest human being on earth, put as deputy commissioner DM in Tamenglong. What can you do? You can't do anything. But today the technology is changing, and I think a lot of good things happening, and and we appreciate technology is both in this aspect and also the physical technology of machineries. No? So all this put together have a lot of hopes, and we are very upbeat about it. And I hope that there'll be time that we will come together again, and of course we are here, and we will continue to work together. And I'm sure that our people, all of us, will also reap the benefits of all this, what the new 5G technologies and the 4.0 industries, which are all related. I realize they are all relatives here. Sab khandan ek hi khandan ka hai. Chacha hai, dada, dadi, nana, nani, bhatija. Like 5G, although the 4.0 industry is going to be all so much related. It's actually intricately related, whether it's 3D printing or whether Internet of Things or artificial intelligence learning, they're all going to be linked so much. And I appreciate today better that it's even to be tighter link, and that's anyway, that's how it will be. And so thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we'll conclude here, and we'll be in touch, here.
Sir, before we close, I would like to make 2-3 statements. He has got a very good vision for northeastern region, that technology is the solution for every kind of problem in modern world. He pointed out that there is a huge problem of traffic congestion in Shillong, and none of the technology is going to make much difference, but I am having different opinion. If we are having good communication system, then need of coming out of the office or home will reduce, and that way indirectly a good communication network, good use of 5G and its use cases through intelligent transport system and other things, in some way it may going to help. Then second thing is how to make it happen that technology could be effectively rolled out, easily used, or timely it could be done. I think time is a matter of concern. So our first objective may be that whatever technology comes, that should come in proper manner, proper way, at right time. So as far as Northeast is concerned, all the stakeholders, whether the 4 major telcos or state government or DOT or any other stakeholder like NEC who can make big difference, they will have to work together in a synergy, not as a competitor, but in a collaborative manner. So I would suggest these telcos also that start thinking in collaborative manner rather than as a competitor. Then only problems can be solved. Otherwise, it's very difficult because problems are many, and despite of all efforts of all the stakeholders, many teething problems will be there. So only thing is collaborative approach, collaborative manner. So I would like to say 2 things more. Here in Meghalaya, many tourist places are there. So I would request telcos that they should make sure that every tourist place should be properly connected with communication. Whenever I visit Meghalaya, though I am the part of DOT, I am into compliance, but still as per the regulatory provisions, I cannot mandate and force any of the telcos to provide a signal at a particular place. But as a policy, we always suggest and encourage them that all the holy places, all tourist places, all these should be connected. So our primary objective may be that every nook and corner, every part of the state should be very well connected. If we cannot meet that objective so easily, then at least we should have a secondary objective, and that may be all critical installations, all such places, tourist places, and all these things should be connected so that with minimum resources, minimum efforts, maximum impact may be there. So this is my suggestion and request to all the, and in that process, wherever they need any kind of help from DOT, and now I can say on the behalf of NEC also, that if you feel that NEC can help them and make some difference, sir,
for related to Northeast, we can put a lot of points across to those who can take decision, and we'll be happy to do that. I mean, in the past we have done and we'll continue to do that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I would like to once again thank all the colleagues who have joined from, from outside the hall in different places and through on the screen. Thank you. And we are going to close the meeting. Thank you so much. We're going to have a photograph. Yeah. Let's have a group photograph. And then after that, straight lunch, head for lunch. Yeah.